All right. Good evening, everybody. Late night tonight. Actually took a little bit longer than I thought outside, but we are ready to go now. I'm also a little bit late because for Cultist Simulator, I recorded an episode for tonight, but it seems that, and I actually also did the like the title card for it, but for whatever reason I didn't upload it. Now I say I didn't upload it. What might have happened was I closed the browser too early, or my computer reset or something along those lines. I did have a Windows update, but anyways, what's happening now? I waited for the video to upload, but the video is currently processing. In fact, it says 13 minutes left, although it says 100 minutes for the HD. Either way, the way I think I want to do this is I'm going to go with the later of the two. I'm going to go with the later of the two options here, just because I suspect probably the 13 minutes would be for the standard definition video, and most people probably want the high definition one. So my apologies for that. It's basically going to be a day late for, I think most of my audience is kind of North American based. That is obviously not how I intended to do it. I actually was up very late recording that video, but it's what we gotta deal with. The other thing to say, of course, is we're back to Cyberpunk 2077 tonight. I actually kind of wanted to do Age of Wonders 4 because I quite liked it, and it would be nice to, to spend a little more time with it so recent to the update. But I did, I don't know, like I did do Old World on Monday, and I don't know, I've been feeling a little bit like going back to Cyberpunk. It has been a while. But with that in mind, I was given a copy of Cyberpunk from GOG. I'll be playing the GOG version. Actually, I need to update my GOG Galaxy. So yes, I am playing a version given to me from GOG, the storefront, and they didn't ask me to do this for Age of Wonders 4, so I think their policies probably changed on it. But one of the things I agreed to at the moment was to point out that it is available for purchase on. It was available. Let's try that again. One of the things that I agreed to as part of the agreement, picking up the key, was to point out that the game is available for purchase on GOG, and that's up to you to to do what you can with that information. Sorry, it sounds really awkward. I do kind of like that they didn't do that with Age of Wonders for that very reason. It does seem kind of awkward. My feeling on that is that if I'm going to agree to cover something, I agree to all of the rules for covering that. And that means, making the recommendation that they do or saying the thing that they do. The one thing that I don't like, though, is the idea of somebody getting the rights to my sort of representing my view as being a particular way. And so I think it's important to distinguish what is something that is, the thing I'm doing in exchange for getting a thing of value. And obviously Cyberpunk is definitely something of value. And it's worth remembering that was when the game first came out. So that was not a small thing that I got. That's not normally an opportunity that someone of my my channel size gets. But yeah, it's just one of those things I wanted to try and make sure that I honored the spirit as well as the letter of the agreement. I will, of course, point out that GOG is currently doing a summer sale, so I also suspect this is actually one of the less expensive ways that you can pick up Cyberpunk, if that's what you are, if price is the main thing that you're looking for. And on that note, as a bit of, public service, if you are interested in the game Sigma Theory, which is, I believe, published by Fellow Traveler Games. In any case, it's a turn-based game. It's called Sigma Theory Global Cold War. Oh, sorry, it was Miklos, actually. Those are the people who did whatchamacallit. It was that space one that I did, and I thought I enjoyed the process, and then I felt the ending didn't deliver. So maybe not the strongest recommendation, but yeah, in any case, Sigma Theory is by them, or one of them, Goblins and Miklos. And That is currently available for free on GOG, although I believe if you want the additional nations, so that would be Brazil and Nigeria, I believe those are for purchase. However, they are also discounted, 74% off, so they are less than $1 Canadian for each of those. So anyways, that's a lot of advertising to throw at you at the start, but I figured I could mix that with, I figure I could probably mix it with some nice news. There's a couple of other interesting things on there. So for instance, Disco Elysium's about $12 Canadian now. Cyberpunk's half off. Witcher 3 is about 70% off. So there's some decent stuff there. Anyways, my update is done. So let's jump into Cyberpunk, and we'll see how it goes. I will confess, I'm actually a bit lost in terms of where we left Cyberpunk last time. I might have even been playing as my street kid last. Manual save 80 at 2 in the morning. It's the end of April. So yeah, it's been a while.
Howdy, Night City. Welcome back. My guest tonight is Lieutenant Sarah Kokoski, spokeswoman for the NCPD. Hi there. Welcome to the show.
Let's watch this through to the end.
Thanks for having me.
I hope you made it to the studio without any issues. No carjackings or drive-bys along the way?
No. Fortunately, the streets of Night City are getting safer every day. We've seen recorded homicides drop from 7,103 a year ago to just...
Hold on. The streets are safe, you say, but what about the highways?
I'm sorry?
You heard about the shooting off the Route 1 exit, I trust. Half an hour before any response team arrived on the scene. Over 700 rounds fired in that time. What happened? Where are the gunmen now?
Well, the NCPD is responsible for the safety and security of all citizens within city limits.
Sarah, sweetheart, don't feed us some NCPD script. Be honest with our viewers. When will they finally be safe? When will they no longer need to carry a concealed weapon for a trip to the mall or to take their kids to play ball in the park?
The NCPD is doing everything it can.
Look at that cop squirm. No choice.
Okay, so
Now that's what I call pro-merc work. Flavio's yapping my ears off, says he's never met anyone tougher than you. Bet it's gonna stay that way for a while. Rare breed, mercs like you. Contract's closed. I've already flicked the ads your way.
whatever it was, I'm sure I did a great job. All right. So I know when we were playing this, I'm playing as a Corpo for those of you who may not recall. I actually quite like the Corpo background, and I figure it's probably consistent with my values. But yeah, there's a developer that worked on a Cyberpunk game that I really liked, Shadowrun, the Harebrained Schemes one. They've got the Lamplighters League coming out reasonably soon, and I believe they're no longer with. Harebrained Schemes. I think it's People Can Fly that they're with now. But they made a recommendation that I play more of the, where I can at least, play more of the side quests, which is something I kind of plan on doing. Although, if there's sort of an interesting, like, the one thing I want to say, it's an open world game, right? So I don't necessarily want it to be a single-minded pursuit of side quests. If there's something that seems interesting to do, I want to take the opportunity to follow up on that. But I've tried to take the guidance of, let's do side quests while we can, because there seems to be a lot of interesting things to do on the side. I will confess the themes of the game definitely seem to be a little bit more, or at least what I perceive to be them, seem to be a little bit more present in some of the main quest stuff. Some of the side quests started off seeming to sort of reinforce a few of the ideas, although some of the other ones sort of, they were enjoyable enough, but they're a little bit different from what maybe I was expecting. I wonder if that's mine. But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. It's just more of an observation. So with that in mind, if I notice that the quests are getting a little too difficult, or if for whatever reason I think there's something a little bit more interesting to do that isn't a side quest, I'm certainly not opposed to to following up on the something else. Okay, so with that in mind, let's see what quests we've got, and then I'm also going to see any. I'm going to see what. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. There's a bit of lag. Okay, so there's a gig near the beat on the Brat. This one I think was tricky for us to do. Yeah, I'm okay checking out this one. And let's see what the story is here. Suppose the question would be what kind of cyberware I have. Okay, so I've got a ballistic coprocessor, but I don't have enhanced melee. Okay. So let's take a second here and see. It looks like I've more or less cleaned out my inventory already. Oh yes, I forgot to tag. Sorry, I gotta tag this as a mature stream. Not because I'm a mature individual, but because this game sometimes says naughty words, and we haven't hit those parts yet. But it's nice to have the option to say naughty words. I should also maybe double check that. How much you want to bet that I don't have the... Well, I'll sort this out first, but I should probably also double check the... double check the music. Okay, cool. Now I think we're ready to go. I think one of the other things I was working on was whether or not I could get any new vehicles. One thing that's worth mentioning, there's an indie game that I've had my eyes on for a while. I highly recommend checking it out. It's called Dark Web Streamer. I actually can't tell you where I found it. I think it might have even just been, maybe I was looking on itch or, anyways, whatever it was. It had a really striking art style, which kind of caught my attention. And I since found out about sort of its Discord. I think I probably mentioned it here as well. If I had the link available, well, it's probably better I do it when, you know what, let's see if I can get into some trouble. But it seems like there's some really interesting people behind it. Like just good follows on Twitter and being able to interact on their Discord sort of I don't know, like, obviously the types of people, like, the way that you behave on the internet is not necessarily representative of who you are, but, you know, certainly they seem to be, you know, interesting and thoughtful people, which is always kind of nice to run into. And there was a bit of a conversation in terms of Cyberpunk, which I was kind of responsible for, like, shoehorning Cyberpunk into it, but I also didn't find it completely off base to do so. Like, it's maybe better, like, out of context, it probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I thought at least it went to an interesting place, and I appreciated that people sort of understood where I was coming from, even if they didn't necessarily agree, or if it wasn't necessarily like a natural way to think about the... Come on. Think about it. But a lot of it kind of reflects what we've been talking about. Oops.
One sec, you let me fucking reload?
Ah. I thought I was... Oh, it's X. Okay. Well, we're off to a good start. But yeah, anyways, so a lot of the stuff that we tend to talk about in terms of Cyberpunk here anyway. But what I do kind of like is there's sort of this occult underpinning for Dark Web Streamer, which I appreciate. And what I think is kind of neat about it... Sorry, things feel kind of laggy, but it might have been because I tabbed out. Let me just see if I can... Let me see if I can close a few things in the background. There's quite a bit running in the background. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to take a second here and see if I can start trimming a few things that are running. Some of them I have to keep around, but... Okay, that's a good enough start. Oh wow, that made all the difference. It may have also been because I accidentally started recording. So, anyways, one of the things that really kind of caught my attention was I think one of the developers has a background in anthropology, but they were talking a little bit about... I mean, what they were describing effectively was hacking. Now, in terms of hacking, it was very little of it had anything to do with computers. A lot of it was more, you could sort of talk about maybe systems of control or, I don't know. I don't think it would be inappropriate to say maybe received wisdom behind it. There's a few different ways that you can read it, right? But what I found interesting about it was I kind of just sort of sat down and had to think, and I'm like, you know, especially because you've got like these group, and specifically in the context of Cyberpunk, you've got groups like, I guess it was the Voodoo Boys, and sort of this blend of sort of what we would associate with sort of black magic and, you know, and high technology. I was sort of thinking is like, you know, when you think about what made Cyberpunk interesting, back when it was first worked on. It's because it's new, right? It's because people are taking a totally so maybe concerns that everybody kind of recognizes when you it's just one of these things, right, where whenever you read a good story or whenever you see something really interesting, you kind of sit down and say, why didn't I think of that, or whatever. But you even if it's something that it's not a story idea that you immediately kind of recognize what it's talking about. For me at least, right? Like some of my favorite stories tend to take that shape, where it's like you read it, you definitely can't claim it as like, oh yeah, I totally had that idea like back in 2003 or whatever. But like as soon as you read it, you're like, oh man, they really got it. Like that's totally right. And again, like I suspect the successor to the sort of stuff that like a William Gibson or Neil Stephenson, or take your pick in terms of who rates some of your favorite cyberpunk, probably is going to have a little bit less to do with mirror shades and and even guns. And it's probably going to have a little bit more. Sorry. I feel like I should just disable the record button because that keeps getting triggered. It's probably going to have a little bit less to do with that and a lot more to do with the kinds of ideas that these stories deal with. And again, if I think of magic in Cyberpunk, I can definitely think of Shadowrun, and I like Shadowrun, but it's magic in sort of the fantasy sense, right? There is something kind of neat about the idea of magic returning to the world and the circumstances under which that happened. That's certainly, I think there's some value in that, and I know William Gibson wasn't exactly a fan of Shadowrun, but I feel like it deserved maybe a little bit better than his critique. Although, in fairness, like I do feel that Gibson is sort of operating at a very different level than Shadowrun. But I mean, we all can't be. I'm not Jordan Wiseman. I'm not William Gibson. I'm nobody. Nuts. I was trying to deal with. Sorry, I was trying to deal with my sudden recordings.
I'm gonna run your podcast down. I lived through this. I'm gonna get so fucked up. Now where'd you stick your head, huh?
Why am I losing money? I'm going to take a minute to I'm going to take a moment to have a snack. Anyway, sorry, I'm totally failing to make the point, but
You can't hide.
but yeah, again, like I don't want to try and imply that Dark Web Streamer is a kind of cyberpunk game. Actually, here's what I'm trying to say. So, we like genres because they allow us to talk about sort of the types of media that we consume in useful ways, right? So really what you're usually looking for when it when it comes to genre. You're not looking to make some broad statement as to what certain games are, right? So, you're not, when you say roguelike and somebody, gives you a lecture on like the Berlin interpretation of, or Berlin definition, whatever it is, of like roguelikes, or they give you a lecture on the difference between a roguelike or a roguelite, the appropriate response, unless you're actually interested in that, is just to tell someone to shut up. Like nobody cares. The reason for that distinction is so that you can talk about the kinds of games you like and probably to make a recommendation. There's rats everywhere, every fucking turn. Can't even take a piss by myself. What? They're up to something at Kuroshi. They're watching me. I can feel it. I'm on notice for sure. Shit, what about our tech? Gotta hold off for now. Sure. Alma, one more thing. What? Go here. Location unavailable. Got it? Yep. The hell is that? My stash. Go there and move the gear. Somewhere safe. Sure thing. But yeah, so, with that in mind, we often want to talk about genres so that we can have, an idea, is this thing worth my time, is kind of what we evaluate. So I like playing a lot of strategy games. I think most of you probably know me as somebody who likes playing strategy games. And so, if you say, hey, what's Phantom Brigade? Like, if I tell you it's a mecha game, I have failed you. It's, you can see that. There's a large robot on the screen. It's not that hard to see. What you're trying to figure out is this like MechWarrior 5? Is this like BattleTech? Is this like Into the Breach? Is this something that I will enjoy? Because another thing I very often hear from people is, I like watching you play strategy games, but I don't care much for them myself. So when you play, and I actually noticed this a lot with that video that I did for Brace Yourself. Brace Yourself was very happy with the video, which I'm obviously very grateful for, and I'm very happy that they asked me to do it. I had a lot of fun making it. I do feel a bit bad. I kind of wound up giving them a lot of very panicky messages because I kind of screwed up the first one, but they were nice enough to kind of give me the time and the space to sort of work through it. But there were a lot of people who went in and like they were not exactly kind in the comments about it, expecting it to be an action game. And you can see that from kind of the comments that they gave. And then I think most people eventually figured out that it was a strategy game and that it wasn't actually supposed to be constant action. And I mean, whether or not they were interested in it or whether or not they just, kind of declared an oath of enmity on me for being boring or whatever, that's, a whole other question. But, again, like trying to make an evaluation is Phantom Brigade for me. Well, if you don't like strategy games, if you don't like sort of working out some plans and seeing them, come to fruition, I really like the game and I really hope lots of people buy it and play it and enjoy it. But, if you don't like strategy games, I'd be doing you a disservice to say you should play it. Unless it happens to be the one that sort of breaks through and you really wind up liking it. The reason why I'm babbling on about genre is this. There is, like, the other problem is, and particularly if you think about indie games, is that it's ideal to, like, find a niche, right? You kind of want to, be unique enough that people. Okay, so I'm gonna get super corpo here. It's hard to make games. It's hard to make a living making games, and yet games exist in a weird spot where they should actually be able to command a pretty a pretty high price, and yet a lot of people feel like they need to underprice their game in order to break through. Calling all NCPD subcons suspected organized crime activity reported on Skyline South. Group of Valentinos led by Zoe Alonso at large. Her record includes armed robbery, extortion, kidnapping, and first-degree murder. Night City authorities offering a reward for neutralizing Alonso's criminal network. Can you give me a second here? I'm just going to clear out a bunch of the videos I wound up accidentally recording as part of the broadcast. But if you think of it, right, you have a monopoly on your game. You know, copyright exists. It would be if I take Cyberpunk and I try to sell Cyberpunk on any digital storefront, I am going to be hearing from some lawyers who are not going to be very amused by that, and I'm not going to have a leg to stand on. And I think that is a good thing. I know there are some people who don't think that we should have intellectual property laws like that. I do think that people should be appropriately compensated for their work. It's not the best system. It is the system we have. So, the weird thing is that if you are somebody who has made an indie game, you have a I suspect I'm a little low level for the beat on the brat, and I'm trying to occupy myself while I ramble before we go into the fight. But you have a monopoly on your game. Now, this monopoly doesn't really mean a whole lot. Essentially, there's actually an economics term for what the kind of market that gaming is. You could describe it as monopolistic competition, in which there are these differentiated products where each kind of seller has a monopoly on them. You know, the same way that Apple technically has a monopoly on the iPhone, but they don't have a monopoly on smartphones. The same is true for games, and that's the reason that's true for games is because we made it that way, because we established, intellectual property rights. So then the question would be, it's like, okay, well, we have some expectations in terms of how monopolies work, so why is it that, you can think of pharmaceutical companies and the way that they price their products, the ones that are under patent at least, and why do games sort of feel like they have this need to compete on price? And the answer is, again, it's that monopolistic competition side, is that while it's true that you have a monopoly on your game, it's also true that a lot of substitutes exist for them. And so one way that you can sort of think about being in a niche, and that's not just for small developers, but it's definitely a very powerful tool for small developers, is that establishing a niche widens the gap between you and the substitute. It differentiates you. It makes you the sort of thing that, like, you're the only game in town. So, like, RimWorld, right? When you think of RimWorld, yes, there are other games like it, but there's only one RimWorld, and RimWorld is something that people want a lot. There is a reason that game only goes on sale for a token amount, and even then they only started putting things on sale, a few years after that game had sort of been released and kind of got its big full 1.0 version. So again, let's compare that with this idea of genre. Well, if you think about genre, this is kind of the opposite. Very often what you have is somebody sort of trying to say, this is what this game is. This is what this experience is. So, if you have a genre, you are actually trying to talk about a common experience that people can sort of relate to. And there's also a set of expectations that come out of that, right? You have, like if I go in with a strategy game or wanting to play a strategy game, I'm going to have some expectations about maybe, whether or not there's resources or building. Not every strategy game has resources and building in it, but, especially real-time strategy games often do. So a game like Dawn of War probably has a little bit of work ahead of it to sort of explain, well, actually, in this thing, you've got command points, and this is what we do instead, and this is why we think it's good. And they're wonderful games. But that's one of the things that those games kind of need to do in order to sort of explain their position and appeal to their players. So, again, whether or not the economic framing is useful for you, the idea of sort of finding a niche is almost counter to the idea of genre. You know, if I say I'm like a roguelike platformer, you know, somebody's almost going to say like, yeah, you and every other indie on Steam. And if you say, well, I mean, then there's the other thing, like you can have a niche that's something that people don't care about. So like, I don't know, I'm the only, Mexican restaurant that only uses insects for ingredients is certainly a very cool niche. It's something that'll get people talking, but I'm pretty sure nobody's going to go there. And obviously, there's a lot of sort of things. Actually, this is one of Alexis's talks. Yes, you can do that, but that doesn't necessarily, like, often things that sort of seem like bad ideas are bad ideas, and people haven't, or some things that people haven't done, they haven't done them because they are bad ideas. And of course, part of the job is figuring out what the things that people haven't done, finding the subset of those that they haven't done because they've been overlooked rather than they're bad. Easier said than done, obviously. So in any case, that is a huge amount of scaffolding for what I wanted to sort of say about Dark Web Streamer. I think one of the ways that you can navigate this world where you're trying to do something original, but not necessarily have to pigeonhole yourself into a genre and all of the assumptions that you get tied into, is to kind of talk about the things that you are interested in, but not necessarily in terms of game mechanics, let's say. So what I mean by that is when I say, when I talk about how, there's a way that you can kind of see magic as a cyberpunk idea, right? If you see that as a resistance. So like think of Mage the Ascension, right? Mage the Ascension has this idea. It's actually almost like The Secret, only infinitely more interesting. For those of you not familiar with the tabletop game Mage the Ascension, what magicians are, they kind of see reality for what it is, and they are able to manipulate it. And there's sort of this idea that there is this consensus as to what reality is, and that is sort of what prevents the world from having these, from there being sort of regular magical events. So, for instance, if I were to sprout wings and fly, this would be so completely outside of everyone's conceptions of reality. This would be a very vulgar expression of magic, and there would be consequences for that in Mage. But lots of kind of coincidence or things that, maybe work to my advantage. Maybe they're incredible, but they sort of can't exist within the framework. Like just this idea of sort of working around the margins. That is something that can work. And then there's the different factions. There's the mages. There's the technocracy. The technocracy kind of has this idea that people maybe shouldn't be free to practice magic or express magic on their own. They're aware of sort of reality as it properly is, but they sort of want to sort of dole out the improvements over time and on their terms. So it's people can't be entrusted with this this knowledge where we know better, and we're going to make sure that that things are distributed in sort of a safe way. So again, like if you sort of think about the kinds of figures that are interesting inside of Cyberpunk, people who operate in the world of ideas, cyberspace, the Matrix. People who are, repurposing technology and finding new ways to work with it. These are definitely the kinds of characters that you see in the game Mage. And yet, it's a game about magic, which is not something you normally associate with high tech. Now, there is a faction that basically is kind of like the Matrix. So even then, Mage is kind of already accounted for that. I'm probably doing a really bad job of explaining Mage as well, but I'm doing my best, you know, in the context of Cyberpunk and wanting to get onto a boxing match. But this is kind of an example here where you can say to someone, you know, not, hey, do you like tabletop role-playing games? Because at that point, you know, you're going everywhere from, you know, Vampire the Masquerade to Dungeons and Dragons to Pathfinder to Traveler to, you know, a bunch of homebrew stuff that, you know, I've never even heard of. I haven't played any of those games except Mage. I think I did one session of Vampire, and I have played D&D. So, but I've probably played more Baldur's Gate than I've played tabletop D&D, though. Baldur's Gate 3, I mean. And yet, I don't think it would be inappropriate to say, you know, hey, are you into Cyberpunk stuff? You might want to check out this Mage game. It's into stuff. It's about stuff that I think you'd be interested in. And I think there's a similar argument you can make for, again, at least the stuff we were talking about in the Dark Web Streamer Discord, and probably would be in line with a little bit about what the game is about. I don't know. Like we'll see when it releases as to what it is. But I do think it is fair, like, when you engage with these sorts of things, when you engage with these ideas, there's a ton of stuff in Cyberpunk that actually isn't in the game. So, like, the poser gangs, there's a lot you can do with that. Like, there's the Kennedys, there's the Gilligans, there's some neat stuff that you could play around with in Cyberpunk if you want to add that to your... I've actually had a couple of ideas for fun poser gangs that, you know, if I ever do run Cyberpunk, and again, that would I'd need to find a group that was interested in playing first, and I don't have a lot of experience of being a GM or storyteller or dungeon master or whatever the proper term is. But yeah, I certainly like to think about that sort of stuff. But again, what you can say, like, you can try and capture the audience that's into Cyberpunk stuff if you say, what we're trying to tell is a Cyberpunk story, but we want to do something that's more than like rain-soaked neon streets and mirror shade. Obviously, you know, one nice thing about Cyberpunk 2077 is that, you know, not everything is just constantly raining and neon. You do actually have some sunny days. Although I believe the rules of some of the old Cyberpunk books say that if it's nice out, you should go out. You should go outside. But yeah, in any case, that was kind of where I was trying to go with that, which is to say that I think one of the ways that you can try and differentiate yourself as a game and not fall into the trap of just, you know, aping a genre or an aesthetic is to appeal to people on the level of, you know, we want to take the ideas of this thing you love and we want to take them in a different direction that they haven't necessarily been, you know, that we haven't seen yet. All right.
You said you were looking for work.
And I found it!
No, this isn't work. Have you ever thought what would happen to us if we lost you? Lost all our money? Either you change Cesar, or I change the locks.
Okay, I am gonna be a bit, cheesy on this. I don't know if I'm strong enough to be able to handle the fights. So, I'm going to give this a shot, and if not, I'm just going to load and run away. But so, like, it's kind of heads I win, tails you lose. But I'll do my best here.
You say Czar. I'm here for my fight.
Yeah, that's me. Toughest hijo de puta in the Glen.
Mm-hmm. And the worst father in Night City.
Michaela, baby! I know what I'm doing. You gotta
I'm not
trust...
talking to you. First you spend a fortune on chrome, and now... Ugh, I give up. Beat some sense into him for me, okay? He needs a good lesson.
Michaela! Michaela, wait for fuck's sake! Listen, I need a lot of scratch and fast. That's why I'm only taking serious wagers. I'm putting my ride on the line. Either you match it in cash, or you can forget about the fight.
Alright, let's talk. What's the car?
A real gem, a tuned-up 2056 Classic, but with only 20,000 miles on her. No dings, no patch jobs.
Uh-huh. And stolen?
No, none of that. She's legit. Give you my word. Listen, you don't like the deal? Don't take it. Just don't drag this out. Time is money, and I'm running out of both.
What are you waiting for?
Okay, I'll match it. We good?
All good. Let's go. So bare hands only, right? No pulling any mono wires or mantis blades out of your ass?
Right.
I asked because the last guy I fought tried to surprise me with long spurs. Anyway, you ready to start?
Should probably get something to drink.
Yep. Ready to rumble.
Careful now. I don't fuck around.
All right, he hits like a truck. Are you kidding me? If he gets another hit on me, I'm toast. All right. I actually think I probably can win this. So I'm not gonna. I'm actually already breaking my rule by doing it one more time, but I don't know. I do still feel that the melee on this is a little dodgy.
You said you were looking for work.
You say,
And I
Sar.
found it.
I'm here for my fight.
I'm not talking. Beat some.
Michaela, listen.
All right.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
no. Listen.
What are you waiting for?
Okay, I'll match it. We good?
All good.
I'm assuming the food's not gonna take during the fight, but
Let's go. So bare hands only, right? No pulling any mono wires or mantis blades out of your ass?
Right.
I asked because the last guy I fought tried to surprise me with long spurs. Anyway, you ready to start?
Yep. Ready to rumble.
Careful now. I don't fuck around.
so yeah, I feel like I need to give him a pretty wide berth for like the dodging and all that to work, but we should be able to see this through. Oop. Okay, I tried to dodge that. That clearly didn't work.
Stop! Stop the fight!
sorry, shit.
Not another word, you pendejo. Hand over the stupid keys and let's go home.
Here. Spoiler for me.
So I actually tried to do the nice option on this one for one of my previous characters, and the game actually gives you kind of a nasty result, but...
Pleasure doing biz. I got rubber to burn.
Ah, mierda. She was a beauty.
But yeah, like she basically says is like, how's he supposed to learn anything if he keeps
My knight in shining armor. How do we get home now, huh? On foot?
But yeah, basically she kind of scolds you for letting him off the hook. All right, well, thought Caesar'd finally give you a run for your money, but you stood your ground. Who knows? Maybe you'll end up in the finals.
I'll think of something, okay? Just calm down for Christ's sake.
I don't even remember how to. I know there's like a horn button, but
Out of my way.
this is definitely not where I was supposed to go. How the hell did I wind up over here? I wanted to go to this place. In any case, one of the things that I also think is kind of interesting that you can do in terms of Cyberpunk. So obviously you have the sort of the existence of megacorps, right? That's sort of the way that business tends to enter into the cyberpunk world. But there is something kind of fun with the idea of the edge runner as an entrepreneur. This is someone who kind of wants the high life. Somebody who wants to do well for themselves, but they value their independence. And so, again, it kind of depends. Like, the thing is that there's a lot of people who tend to think any kind of business is sort of either a necessary evil or sort of it's dirtying their hands, right? Like, real artists don't work in business. But this is not universal. I know a few people who I think by any standard you would kind of consider to be creative people. But they actually really like the business side of things. Like they one of the appeals to them of doing their thing is not just being their own boss. I'm pretty sure this is a fight that I can't do on my own. I'm gonna.
Yo, got a gig for you. Corpos like to call it human asset liquidation. It means someone's gotta go bye-bye. Fee's attractive, but not without good reason. Target's an animal. Check out the deeds attached.
You can type gun for hire. Target Logan Garcia. Old paint factory on Baptiste Street. Details. Target's name is one Logan Garcia. He runs an animals fight club. Used to fight himself, actually. Still gets in the ring from time to time. Problem is, he doesn't know when to put on the brakes. Recently, he knocked his sparring buddy, Lenny Steiner, to the mat with a giant dent in his skull, except instead of calling for help, he had the kid thrown in the bay with a cinder block tied around his neck. The kid's mom, Monica Steiner, wants justice for her sweet baby boy, Lenny. More importantly, she's willing to pay to get it. Do the job, it's yours. Minus my modest cut, of course. But yeah, so, again, if you're of the temperament that says, I'm going to take a minute, because I seem to remember there's multiple ways into this building. If you're of the temperament that sort of says, any kind of business is, a necessary evil, I really don't want to be bothered with it. And that's a completely, again, I figured nobody really needs a streamer to tell them how they should live their lives, so I'm sure most people can figure that out without me saying it, but I don't know. I've heard enough from people, oh, you're so arrogant, oh, you think you're better than everyone else, the usual things that you'll hear from people. It doesn't hurt to, take a minute and, just say, hey, I'm throwing ideas around here. This doesn't mean that you're not allowed to think, what you think. Ideally, the idea is compelling enough that it will, provoke a useful train of thought that maybe leads someone to a good or useful idea. Is kind of the idea with what's going on. But yeah, if you're of the temperament that all business is bad business, basically, you're not really going to. You're probably not going to find this an interesting way of engaging with Cyberpunk or Cyberpunk characters. But if you happen to be one of those people, and again, I do really want to stress, I know if it's not your thing, it's very hard to perceive of anyone, thinking that way, unless it's sort of like this is a person who's given up on any kind of creative accomplishment, and they're just the worst kind of person, right? Because let's face it, there's a lot of really intolerable people, especially on social media. There are TikTok influencers, who talk about investing and money that I just want to punch. And I am not somebody who should be punching anyone. And that's not even just a moral statement. I'm just a very skinny and unimpressive individual. So that's a fantastic way for me to wind up very, very hurt. But yeah, no, there's some absolutely intolerable people. I definitely hear cameras. I just wish I could see them. So again, I don't. These are maybe some people or attitudes that are rightly the subject of mockery. But I do just want to stress, there are people who are quite admirable. Actually, if you really want, you just kind of take a look at history. So you've got the Milton Hershey's and the Andrew Carnegie's, and these are pretty admirable people who also worked quite hard and provided sort of a service or a good that obviously the world wanted or needed. Even for some reason I want to say Wilfred Owen, I believe it's Robert Owen, one of the early socialists, worked, he had his wealth and kind of wanted to develop these communities sort of for the betterment of workers, and sort of did so largely through his through his enterprise. So again, the money people are not uniformly bad. Obviously, in the case of the cyberpunk world, they are. One of the things that you can sort of see about this game or this setting is the circumstances under which people have this very sort of dog eat dog attitude, and how a lot of things that maybe we previously didn't commoditize have become commodities. And how we have very different relationships, both with ourselves, but also, our bodies, our values. Those are also interesting ideas inside of Cyberpunk. And so in some cases, these really intolerable characters wind up being that way because of the circumstances they find themselves in, and they don't necessarily rise to the occasion to be better people. But in any case, I guess there's something kind of interesting in this idea. If you are one of those people who maybe does aspire to be, you know, a business owner, whether small or large, or, you know, maybe you're somebody with, you know, a startup idea, like somebody who wants to sort of swing for the fences, the sort of thing that would seek out venture capital money. Because there's a difference, right? Like, you can run a small business and, you know, like make a decent enough living for yourself, but you're not necessarily expecting to sort of like have this overwhelming success. Now that may not be a very interesting kind of cyberpunk story, right? You know, somebody who puts so much risk in order to achieve a modest living, which you can kind of imagine is more of a, you know, an edge runner as the startup type. You know, the sort of person who's going to make something that's either going to return, you know, a huge multiple, or it's going to go to zero. And again, these are not necessarily people who are sort of anti-capitalist icons. They're actually people who are operating within the system. But instead of, you know, rising the ranks in Arasaka, let's say, they are people who are going out in their own. And, you know, like, I think one of the ways, this is an interesting way that you can sort of approach this, is that so many startups now sort of seem to like have this aspiration of being acquired. Like, that's the liquidity event, instead of, you know, the IPO, let's say. In fact, some startups actually wind up trying to stay in the private stage as long as they possibly can. So I know that was the case with what was then Facebook, now Meta. Well, I guess Facebook's still Facebook, but obviously Meta is a combination of different companies. But you can kind of imagine, right? Like, could you do a cyberpunk story where you have, you know, this trend of edge runners that ultimately decide, you know, they get the big payout, but they wind up acquired. So like, this might be a story, like, so I don't know really what the story with Adam Smasher is, but this is obviously a guy who is working for Yorinobu. I don't know if he was always like that. You know, there's plenty of netrunners that seem to be working quite well. Now, these are not necessarily the sort of people that you would expect in sort of safe programmer jobs. These are people who probably have got a particular set of skills. And, you know, what is it that causes these people to go from the sorts of figures that we normally see as sort of heroes or anti-heroes in stories we find interesting, to someone who, you know, is working for the great enemy. Hello, Tikri. How are you doing? I actually probably should have started off. I know you saw that. I actually just saw your reply when I went live. I feel like I owe a unique apology to the cryptocurrency community, the Web3 community. There is nothing more annoying than people talking about being blocked on Twitter. So I don't want to go into that detail too much. But you're sleepy, so am I. But I had a big I've got a big cup of coffee in front of me, so I'm starting to feel a little more charged. But I actually did want to say a quick thing on this. I actually don't know why this came through my feed. So really, it's all the annoying car guy's fault. But there was like this thing that came up in my feed where the person who was tweeting said this: "Oh, in case you didn't know, at GameStop is a tech company, .. #power to the players." And then there was like this photo and it said description. And I genuinely don't know where the text is. It could actually have been this guy, which is why I got the reaction that I did. But the text was, "GameStop is not a brick and mortar store. GameStop is a tech company. Throughout history, it has always been gaming and the arts that have driven the adoption of new technologies and inspired new communities by pushing the boundaries of imagination. GameStop has cemented itself as a pioneer by becoming the first household name to embrace blockchain technology and explore the realms of Web3 gaming, NFTs, and crypto. Web3, NFTs, and crypto empower creators and gamers, allowing them to participate in the development of the metaverse, where they can share and exchange their in-game assets. NFTs allow for verifiable ownership of in-game assets, which opens the doors for gamers to monetize the time they put into gaming, and then that's kind of where the quote is finished off. Maybe I have it, the rest of it somewhere here. I don't know if it's worth spending that much time. Oh no, I do have it. Okay. Share and exchange for their in-game NFTs allow for verifiable ownership of in-game assets, which opens doors for gamers to monetize the time they put into gaming and create markets for their in-game assets. I hate this stuff. Like, I'm not saying people can't do it. I'm not saying people can't be interested in it. I actually think it kind of sucks that I've seen people who say, you know, I'm actually really interested in this. I think it's an exciting technology. And, you know, I would maybe say, well, what do you find so interesting about it? And, you know, maybe there's a conversation that can be had about whether or not it's as interesting as it seems. Assuming that people want to have sort of a more confrontational approach. Like, maybe people just want to talk about what they're interested in, which is fine. You know, there's a lot of stuff that I'm interested in that they're probably not interested in. But yeah, like, the first thing that came to mind actually was a Succession bit. So I don't want to, I don't think any of this counts as spoilers, but I know a few of you haven't seen Succession and may not necessarily have plans to. But there's a sequence in the show. Yeah, neither do I, but I figure, like, I try as I can to, like, I do like this idea of, like, regret minimization. I don't want people to sort of be like, oh, I'm sorry I turned into the System Shock channel today. It's, you know, he talked about something I wanted to watch. So I figured, you know, I can at least sort of weight the severity against, you know, against people can make their judgments. But yeah, I don't think there's anything too spoilery other than the fact that events happen in the season. I won't even say what season. But yeah, like, the idea is that one of the characters is trying to boost the stock price, and they're about to announce a new product, and they sort of decide to like reinvent a very ordinary product as this big, like, tech like wonder, and that's kind of what the episode is about. It is about the it is about the turning of this very ordinary thing into this rather preposterously valued, like turning a non-tech thing into a tech thing, because that happens to be where all of the money is. And I think it's a good idea for an episode. I actually think it would not be a bad idea for, you know, again, if you want Cyberpunk story ideas, it's actually probably something you can do with that. But yeah, needless to say, like, that was absolutely the first thing that came to mind when I read all of that. Because of course GameStop is a bricks and mortar store. That is how they make their money, or don't make their money, as it turns out. Now, look, they can try to be something else. They can try to work on it. There's reasons why maybe that company could have turned out differently. I think maybe not having such a hostile relationship with their suppliers would have been a good start, right? Because I was in a GameStop recently. I went to buy a couple Switch games. Well, one Switch game. I wanted to buy two, but then I found out how expensive they were. So I think I got a case and a game instead. And they were pretty insistent about me buying a used copy. And I'm like, you know, I have quite a few friends who work in, you know, in the games industry. If it's all the same to you, I'd kind of like to support. I'll happily buy the full price. Okay, well, you can buy the extra insurance because cartridges so famously, get damaged, right? Okay, no thanks. I actually have that on my credit card. We can go without. And I mean, look, they're all respect to the workers. They're told to say that I've worked jobs where they want you to do the upsell like that. It's annoying, but this is what they're making you do, right? But yeah, like the fact that that company so aggressively is trying to sell copies of a game that the publisher does not see any money for, of course that's going to be accelerating the rate of digital distribution. It's so much more valuable for these companies to not have to sell their products in GameStop. And of course GameStop isn't just about games. They sell Funko Pops and all sorts of other stuff there, and that's fine. I mean, it's one of the bookstores that I kind of used to go to a bit more regularly. Doesn't really sell that many books anymore. They sell blankets and tea caddies, and they sell the reading lifestyle, except for the actual reading part. And I mean, they're still a profitable company, and it's hard to sell books nowadays, I guess. So I'm certainly not buying enough there to justify its existence, and frankly I'd prefer to be going to more local sort of independent bookstores if that's kind of what big chains are like. But everybody's allowed their preferences, and I'm not running those companies, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to wind up making decisions about where I go. But whatever decisions GameStop could have or should have made in the past, it does seem like they're investing pretty heavily in this idea of blockchain, Web3, and so on and so forth, which means that they're more or less sort of embracing the meme stock crowd. Now, I don't consider that to be in line with good business sense. I think probably they're going to be able to take advantage of an inflated valuation for the company. I think they're going to be able to probably build a certain degree of hype and leverage that into sort of marketing, and maybe get some people to buy in a way that maybe they wouldn't have before. So like if the meme stock thing hadn't happened, and then you found out that GameStop was doing like an NFT thing, you probably wouldn't have been interested. So it's not to say that this stuff is irrelevant, but like I just don't actually see how this stuff is in line with what the core business is. And I don't really see how embracing this kind of fashion is necessarily something that is in line with building a long-term business. And I very well could be wrong about it, and I'm sure people will love sort of clipping this and dancing on my grave, later on. But look, I mean, I can't really see this kind of statement as being anything but the propping up of a dying retailer, one that made a number of very bad mistakes that it's paying for. And the idea of rebranding it as a tech company is a little silly. It's more than a little silly. So I figured it was a fairly mild criticism to put a screenshot from that Succession episode. Like I said, I don't know where the text is from, but I have my suspicions, and then I put this image of the character who turned this normal thing into a digital wonder. Incidentally, that episode is all about how he pulls it off, by the way. So that's not even that harsh of a criticism, unless you happen to think that what he did was a bad thing. But in any case, the reaction was not a positive one. So I thought it was very clever, though. It's clearly why I spent so much time talking about it. So my deepest apologies to offending the sensibilities of the Web3 crowd. I promise to be a better person, and I'll take some time away from my online presence while I work to become a better person. And I don't offend the bored apes, but for the rest of you, that's how I spend my evening. All right, let's hack. But anyways, where I was actually trying to go with some of this stuff, right, is I can actually see there being some interesting stories, both in terms of, who you would consider a sellout, or who you would consider, someone who stays indie for life. I think there's probably some interesting stories that you can tell through the lens of sort of edge runners as these entrepreneurs. And what they're doing is they're doing, so the corporations are hiring them because they are at the bleeding edge. Ooh, that's not good. All right. I think I might have worked myself into a corner here. I was gonna say, I do have a fight in here, so I might actually just be able to enter in the good old-fashioned way, but I don't see how I get back up here, so... I may be in for a wee bit of trouble. I want to see if I can just navigate normally.
Well, who's next?
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Okay, so that's my fight. Yeah, so nobody actually seems to be mad at me right now.
Private property. Superior specimens only.
Superior specimens only. Anyway, sorry, I lost the plot, but yeah, the idea of sort of what the corporations are doing is kind of just taking advantage of the, like, so maybe the way to think about this, right, is like why do large companies acquire these upstarts? Well, it's because either they didn't innovate something themselves, or they didn't see the value in it until it was proven, and then it was just easier to sort of take out this competitor or absorb them, or whatever you want to say. And to a certain extent, that's what's happening with the edge runners. They can rent maybe the promising stuff, and then when it comes to it, when it becomes a question of getting the proven material, or getting the... Okay, there's definitely some people... Oh, it's probably because of where I am. It's like, I suspect this guy's not going to care too much about... Oh, nope. I'm just a little nervous about what's waiting for me when I move up. Okay, so there's no visibility. But yeah, you get there's a small investment that you make in some of the 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 early runners, the ones who sort of show a bit of potential, and then when there's either this new style, this new, like when it's proven, that's maybe when you buy in. I don't know. Like I said, it's just something kind of off of the top of my head, but I suspect there's there's two things that I like about it, which is number one, I think it's still consistent with the themes of Cyberpunk. It's not necessarily a story that I've necessarily heard in the settings. Now, again, in fairness, this is not something that I tend to expose myself to a whole lot. So it may just be that I just haven't been exposed to the right kinds of stories. But I think it's probably something like there's an interesting campaign that you can kind of get out of that. It's not something I've run into, and so as a result, like it makes me think there could be something there. But anyways, I'm gonna shut up and try and salvage this run. I need a 1C BD. Okay, 1C BD 55, and then the 7A. So I believe I do have a way of turning invisible, but oop. I wish I knew where the camera sound was coming from. Anyway, that was where I first tried to get up, so... Oh, this is good. So that's my target. I can probably just take him out, but...
Inner city tingling with desire. Watson board. New episodes every Wednesday.
I'm almost certainly caught. Okay, just because I've got a fight in here, I'm actually going to... I'm gonna just jump back on that. I'm sorry, I really don't like sort of not living with consequences of things, but I do remember this section from some private... Actually, you know what? Probably the best thing I can do here is just...
What the fuck's going on? What the?
Look, Mayor Ryan and I often did not see eye to eye on political matters, and we sometimes traded sharp words.
Driver's waiting for you. Monica and Logan. Hi, is this Mr. Logan Garcia? Who's asking? Monica Steiner, Lenny's mother. Who? The boy you beat to death. Oh, him. Yeah, he couldn't take it. How come nobody called me? Why didn't you call an ambulance? I didn't call one because the kid was fucking DEAD. It was too soft. Should have stayed out of the ring. I appreciate your candor. That's odd that I can't take the powders for myself. Oh yeah, one thing I was going to say, I did see the trailer for the Phantom Liberty, so obviously Idris Elba is a very good actor, and I'm, you know, that's kind of reason enough to be excited for that already. But I actually really like the political dimension to it, because it does seem to be dealing with the kind of the governance of the NUSA, which I think is a neat angle.
Just got intel that Logan Garcia's on his way to me now. Primest of the prim. Tied this gig up real nicely.
Okay, let's figure out what we want to do. I'm sorry, I had to get rid of the fancy pink boots. Okay, that looks like that's a better pistol. It's actually even better than that revolver. So this is -6 to ADS time 232. Okay, this is slightly further. Okay, and this is a better knife. Crafting got better. Alright, I don't even remember where I put my car. I feel like I should probably clear out the... the tags, the markers.
Hold it, Worm. You think you can just get in for free?
Out of my fucking way.
What? You think you're some kind of hot shit you can get in anywhere?
Nothing to think about. I know it. So step the fuck aside.
Alright. Fucking go. The fuck you on?
Here for a fight.
You? Interesting.
Why interesting?
Wondering if I'll recognize you after.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how they they have some of the tags for it. So this is my opponent. I have actually done this fight before, but I do not know if this is even possible to do without without mods. Actually, you know what? It's I don't think there's any money that you lose on this, so I can I'll maybe see if I can get a little money, but I will. Oop. That looks like a real. This does look like it's a restricted. Or maybe not.
Whoa. Was that?
Oh, nope.
Well, looks like you came to your senses.
Got a fight lined up here.
That's so. Don't look familiar to me. You fresh meat here?
Could say that.
Well, watch yourself then. They don't like strangers here. One wrong look, and you're crawling through the gutter on busted legs. But you defeat me, I can vouch for you to the right folks. You could use the equipment, meet with the trainer, that kind of stuff.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
I'd say you're welcome. But there's still the matter of defeating me. And full disclosure, I've never lost a fight.
Say, who's running this club?
Name's Logan Garcia. Used to be the best damn boxer in Night City. Who knows? Maybe in all the states.
Not overselling it a bit there?
Just watch him in action. You'll see.
We not throwing any eddies on this match?
No. When the cash comes in, it just muddles the whole sport. I'm here for fights, and the fights alone.
Hey, give me a bit. I'll be back soon.
Sure. Just careful around the club, because, you know, busted legs.
But yeah, so I'll show you what the fight's like, but it's not
You say you've never lost. I say there's a first time for everything.
Ha! Sorry to say, you'll be disappointed. Come on. Got any good tech under the hood? Sensory filters, rotors, boosted core?
You're about to find out.
Ha! True, true. All right then. Shall we?
Let's get to it.
Good luck! You'll need it.
So yeah, so that was one where I dodged, and I genuinely thought that I got past, and that took out a considerable amount of my health. Although it does seem like she has considerably less health than before. But that, like, the thing that makes that fight so difficult is because she hits like a truck. I guess I said that last guy hit like a truck, so I need like an aircraft carrier. Basically, I've never been able to find a way to reliably avoid the damage enough to see the fight through to the to completion. That could just be like like maybe I don't read the melee combat that well, or it could be you know, it's a little janky in terms of how it reads or you know, how you interact with different characters. But one way or the other, it's just this is one where I need the appropriate mods. In any case, it looks like there's lots of gigs here, so I don't need to follow up on Beat on the Brat for a while. Actually, Cree, if you're still sticking around and have not nodded off, I was meaning to ask, and this is definitely open to everyone else, but I was mostly interested. I know we talked about City Skylines 2, but was there anything in the not E3 announcements that caught your attention?
You know, I don't typically see strong-arming as the best way to get results. Still, sometimes you're left with no choice but force. There's this scuzzbag needs to be reined in. A sadist on a corporate leash. A real hemorrhoid on Night City's ass. Do us all a favor and handle this contract. Details are attached.
So I didn't realize this is one of Rogue's. Okay, Gun for Hire. Objective Vic Vega, Karsten Street, Rancho Coronado. At first I thought it was just rumors of the kind of drunken bullshit you hear at a bar at 3 a.m., you know? When you hear the same story from 3 separate witnesses, you start taking an interest. Now that my informant has confirmed the accounts, it's time to dive into action. Look, I don't want to sound like some naggy old crone, but back in my day, workers knew how to stand up for themselves. Instead of fixers, they had unions to fight for their rights. I know. Anyway, now with the unions gone, these workers can't afford to hire fixers on starvation-level salaries. Lucky for them, I like to do some pro bono work from time to time. You know, a little something for the public good. On to the deets. Vic Vega, the kind of scum who writes cracking skulls in the hobby section of his CV. Well, that's exactly what he's doing in Rancho Coronado, cracking skulls. Not only that, he's got the full backing of corp execs, who'd rather give their workers brain damage instead of a 2% raise. Vega and his people have been terrorizing the whole neighborhood. Workers had enough. Who the fuck wouldn't agree? You gotta hand Vic Vega an end that, you gotta find Vic Vega and end that psycho for good. Maybe then the corporals realize they crossed the line. Alright, so I'm not 100% sure on the rogue missions yet. I feel like they are a bit above my skill level. But we'll find out.
I'm sorry, do you have an appointment?
I'm here to get rid of some unwanted documents.
Beg pardon? Which documents?
How am I supposed to know? Job said come here, so here I am.
Nobody told me anything about any documents.
Looks like you got a real mess in here. A little audit would be in order, don't you think?
Okay, wait, one moment. Let me check in the back.
I would have thought this would be the chance for me to walk in, but... Subtle. It is kind of neat. I mean, I suppose there is something to be said for letting you try and figure out how you're supposed to interact with the world. I think the problem here is that this game only gives me a very limited set of actions that I can take, so I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to, I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do in some cases.
Beg pardon? Which documents?
How am I supposed to know? Job said come here, so here I am.
Nobody told me anything about any documents.
Looks like you got a real mess in here. A little audit would be in order, don't you think?
Okay, wait, one moment. Let me check in the back.
The fuck you on about?
Are you serious? Let's try that one more time.
I'm sorry, do you have an appointment?
I'm here to get rid of some unwanted documents.
Beg pardon? Which documents?
How am I supposed to know? Job said come here, so here I am.
Nobody told me anything about any documents.
Looks like you got a real mess in here. A little audit would be in order, don't you think?
Okay, wait, one moment. Let me check in the back.
Surely this is safe. So the obvious question here is, how do I... Yeah, opening that door is... Okay, so she does actually check the back. I'm gonna try one more where I grab the key. So unless I have a really special angle on that front, I don't see how I can open that door without consequence. So what I'll try and do is I'll swipe the key. I will wait for her to come back. The problem is that I've got guards in the two different areas, so it may be that she just says get out of here, and then I have to go around and use the key card in another place.
I'm sorry, do you have an appointment?
I'm here to get rid of...
Beg pardon?
How am I supposed to...
Nobody... Okay.
Mr. Stern, all night, every night. Don't be soft. Upgrade now.
Goddamn cocksucker!
Yeah, okay. This might just come down to like a difference in terms of expectations and all of that, because I remember saying that I wasn't crazy about the fact the game really didn't let you know how difficult the things that you were getting into was ahead of time. But this is another one of these examples where I feel like the game could be doing a slightly better job of letting me know what's expected. And I gotta be kind of careful saying this, right? Because to a certain extent, like, this is a role-playing game, and if you think of the experience...
Sorry, do you have an appointment?
Like,
I'm here to get rid of some unwanted documents.
if you think of something...
How am I supposed...
Something like what the Bethesda games are trying to do, right? They're trying to give you that same feeling that you get playing, tabletop RPG in the... Okay, can't force it open. They're trying to give you that same feeling that you get playing a game sort of in a tabletop setting, and trying to I'm gonna get busted.
What the fuck you on about?
Know any low-cost rippers?
Can't help you, June.
I'm gonna reload one more time because but yeah, so the idea that you can, and actually the game that seems to have succeeded in this the most is Divinity Original Sin. Or maybe it was Divinity... Actually, I think it was Divinity Original Sin 2. But my coworker, who really isn't that much of a gamer, sent me a text message while they were playing it and said, I feel like I can do anything in this game. And, that's the dream for people making that game. If you read the manual for the very first Elder Scrolls game,
do
Arena...
you have an appointment?
I'm here to get rid...
That is exactly the thing that they're trying to make you feel. So obviously it's very exciting to be able to, to have experiences like that. And if you think of Cyberpunk, this game definitely is very comparable to those kinds of RPGs. And so to a certain extent, if you think about how this might play out in a tabletop RPG, the person running the game confronts you with a challenge. So I'll maybe give that a shot. They confront you with a challenge. You need to figure out how you are going to... Okay, so it provokes combat no matter what. It actually makes me wonder what the point of trying to grab the key card at all is.
Together, you scrubs! Together, goddammit!
I'm on!
Oh.
I have no idea how they got that shot. Alright, I'm actually not even going to bother, I'm not even going to bother with that key card. But yeah, so like you can imagine the situation where the, the person running the game says to you, hey, you can use your, your corporate knowledge to, to push ahead or whatever. And it's sort of up to you to sort of figure out how you do that. Maybe you do like a couple die rolls, but like generally you kind of have to come up with the, plan, and then maybe the die rolls will be related to whether or not you can actually sort of pull it off. It's usually not very interesting to just sort of reduce a game down to like, I roll the die to have the idea that's actually gonna break this thing open. Although sometimes it's convenient for getting things moving along if you haven't been able to sort of figure it out through other means. But yeah, in this case here, right, like, you can basically hit F on stuff, you can shoot it, you can talk to it, and that's about it. So, being kind of confronted with this situation, like, I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to be doing with the, with that key. Because it seems if I get the key, I alert all the guards. If I don't get the key, I have something of the element of surprise at least. And the convention that the game is sort of set up is, normally if you use your background, it'll kind of give you an edge that doesn't exist for the other characters. So that's kind of just a question in terms of expectations. Now look, I mean, this can kind of boil down to it's like, oh, I wish the game was easier. I'm certainly not trying to suggest that. I can just lower the difficulty if I need that. But in this case here, it was actually kind of hard. Like, I think to a certain extent, it's trying to present me with this idea that I have lots of options and I kind of need to find my own way of approaching it. But in this case here, it was actually kind of tricky for me to figure out, like, what I was supposed to do. And maybe the intention was like, okay, you've tried to get clever with your plan. Now, or what are you going to do with it? Ah ha ha. It's, it didn't go it didn't go the way you wanted, but I've never really felt that way. Generally, if the guards get alerted, I feel like I've messed up at something. So, I don't know. Just, I think maybe the game could have communicated to me what, I don't know about consequences, but maybe what it wanted me to do a bit better. I'm not quite sure. I don't have a good answer for it, but there's something that definitely didn't quite feel right on this one. Okay, I haven't looked down the rest of the path, but we do have another 7A55. But then I wouldn't be able to do the BD, so we'll definitely lock in the 7A. So if I do BD, 7A, 7A, yeah. I also need to remap my key, or my OBS keys, because I keep recording videos when I don't intend to. Now actually, one thing that's kind of funny here is I am kind of liking this. It's like the process of sneaking around the office. There's like a couple moments like this. So I kind of feel like if you've got a guy with his back to you in the kitchen and he stays that way forever, I sort of feel like they could give you a little bit of a break on the initial key card, because obviously the game's not above giving you a hand. But yeah, I don't know. I don't want to whine about it too much. Okay, this is actually the. Oh no, that's weird. So apparently you can open this with the key card. That definitely didn't let me do that before. Anyways, I'm not gonna take advantage of it now. I think I've already been in here, but nope. Vic Vega to C-Team. Starting from today, the doors in the building will only take the crypto keys I handed out last week, the ones I told you not to lose, so you better not fucking call me saying you can't get in. If you see anyone fumbling with the locks, pin the asshole to the ground floor and raise the alarm. VV. Lieutenant, C-Team. Starting next week, the building will be rented out by an organization called C-Team. C-Team is the property protection business. The team leader, Vic Vega, has emphasized that they require security as well as privacy, so I kindly ask that you do not disturb our tenants without very good reason. The second floor, where Mr. Vega's office is located, will be subject to an added layer of security. Should any issues occur, please contact me before anyone else. Please also bear in mind that in accordance with Article 6, Paragraph 5 of your agreements, the landlord is within full rights to open fire on any individual entering the premises without prior approval. Have a pleasant day, Leah Limbaugh. Bonuses from Vic Vega to C-Team. Good news, we collected ourselves a nice little pile, which means bonus time. Now, before we all start pointing fingers about who got more and who got less, I'll just say how we're splitting this up. 20% is determined by rank, 30% by the number of successful interventions, and 50% through participation in Black Ops. If you have any concerns, suggestions, or doubts, shove them up your asses. Sincerely, VV. This guy seems like a bad dude, but honestly, there can only be one V in this town. So that's the real sin. Ellen Ripley, how you doing? I was doing a bunch of rambling before, so you missed out on the particularly asinine parts. How you doing? I probably said that already. Sorry, I'm also a little foggy. All right, so if we do 55, 55, E9, sorry, 255s in the E9 over here, but then if I try the 55 and I get a 7A, I don't have an FF to go to, so 55, 55, E9, 55, 7A, FF. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this looks like an entry rather than an exit. Thank you. Okay, so here's the thing. I was given a key. So this is it's not bad whenever you see that somebody's new in, and I'm going to talk about the game. It's not bad to do a recollection of this. I was given a key for promotional purposes on this. So now the thing that kind of sucks about it is that I do feel I have kind of a contrarian view, or I've had a contrarian view on the game for a while, and I'm not. I'm not uncritical of the game. I think there are some things that might have been done better. But I actually have felt from the start that the reaction to this game was an overcompensation for the hype.
The job just come in down the wire.
Steel Workers United?
Mm-hmm. Striking again.
Bust a few kneecaps and they'll stop. Easy.
Okay, that's possibly an opportunity. Yoink. I almost got caught, but yeah, so obviously this game had a disappointing launch quality-wise, although financially it's always been a very successful game. I'm trying to figure out if that's a reflection or not. It was cool. Ray tracing, man. No, I think that's a shame because the game, like as it plays, is actually a rather good one. The best comparison I would make would be it's an RPG in the kind of like Skyrim Fallout kind. As a shooter, it's not bad as a shooter. It's just it looks like more of a shooter than it necessarily plays like. But like visually, it's good. The story's interesting. You know, like I said, there's opportunities I think they could have taken that they didn't necessarily go down. But in the end, like I feel like it hits more than it misses. There's actually also some Mortal Kombat references in it too, which amused me. But yeah, like some of the, I guess, so I've never played The Witcher, and I know its side quests are really highlighted as a really big, like positive feature of that particular game. But for me, like there's definitely like there's a side quest of like this AI cab company called Delamain, which is a really memorable one for me. And like again, it's marred by a couple. There's definitely a couple of like, hey, we're gamers too kind of references where I'm like, you know, I probably could have done without those. But yeah, overall, I actually think it's a really impressive game. Like I think I'm saddened that. Okay, so the best way I could explain it is, I wish that this game was not a byword for failure like it's become, because it's really much better than that. And like I said, I kind of feel like there's been an overcorrection in terms of the hype. Like I do feel that the game was too hyped. And to a certain extent, CD Projekt Red does have some responsibility for that. Like it's not like anybody else was doing the marketing campaign, right? But with that in mind, I do kind of feel like, I don't know, because like my thing is to try and, you know, offer what I think is an honest assessment of what I've seen. I think this is a rather good game. So you heard they're overhauling it in September, so that sparked your interest again. Yeah, so I don't know what the deal is with Phantom Liberty. It definitely seems like so I think the word is out that like running it on lower systems is going to be very hard. I was very intrigued by the political dimension that there seems to be inside of it. So it seems to be I don't know if you know a lot about the cyberpunk setting, but like the idea of dealing with the politics of the NUSA, I think is a really interesting subject, and I'm definitely interested in seeing where they go with it, if that's where they wind up picking it up. And I mean, like, again, obviously Idris Elba is a really good actor. So is, Keanu Reeves. So it's, I wasn't interested in Cyberpunk because of the talent, although certainly that's that's part of it. Like, obviously if you've got good acting talent, that's probably going to enhance the game rather than detract from it. But like, I am not the type of person who says, like, so Johnny Silverhand could have been played by somebody who I'd never known, and I still would have found this game interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I will admit I haven't actually gotten all that far into the main story because I've been doing the side quests, and yet I feel there's enough to chew on this that, as I think, if you don't like RPGs and like first-person style RPGs, I genuinely don't know. Like, if you think of it as a cross between something like a Skyrim and a GTA 5, if that sounds interesting to you, I would say that this is probably a very enjoyable game. And if that doesn't sound interesting to you, I'm really not sure that there's anything about the cyberpunk setting that's going to make you say, yeah, it's not normally my thing, but actually this thing that they did was very interesting. And that's fine. I mean, again, like, this is what taste is, right? Like, it's our, we do, like, we work with what we've been, just been naturally endowed with in terms of our taste. I actually didn't like Bethesda-style RPGs until I played Elder Scrolls Arena up to Oblivion. So I probably wouldn't have liked this game a couple of years earlier. But don't lie, we all know you're a Keanu fangirl from my... Yeah, I saw him as Don John the Bastard in what was it? Not Midsummer Night's Dream. Much Ado About Nothing. And I was like, man, I really hope that he's in like a major action franchise where he plays a hitman whose name shares a figure from Russian folklore. That would just be a dream come true. And then I found out that he was in then I found out he was in a Cyberpunk game, and I was like, oh man, day one purchase for me. And then they gave me the key instead of having to buy it, and I was like super happy. And now I'm playing it years later. Sorry, I'm just getting the last of my coffee out. But no, like, I will say, actually, so there's a developer who kind of came in and said, like, you should, like, do all the side quests. There's a lot to see here. And I've actually enjoyed just running around with side quests. I do actually find it a little, I find it a bit of a shame that I had a lot to talk about themes-wise with the side quests, and that's happening less now. And it could just be that I've sort of run out of steam on some of this stuff. But that's not a super harsh criticism, right? Like, the fact that there's so much of the game that already sustained some of what I thought were the interesting ideas is already kind of a testament to the quality in my view. Also, I think I might be thinking about this puzzle wrong. So if we do 7A, 1C, 7A, BD, and then try to go for the FF. So 1C, 7A, BD, FF. Then I need a 1C, so I don't have it there. So then 1C, 7A, BD. Where is the BD with the FF? Do I really not have... Wow, there's only two. Okay. Um, yeah, so I don't see a 1C7A combo that gets me down to the last line. This has to be a BD. So let's say I do BD 55, but then I'd need the FF, which I can't get. The only FF is here. So if I try a BDFF, well, I can't because, yeah, okay. So if I try a BD55 BD, well, that's a non-starter because I only have one BD, so it has to be the 1C. 1C, I could try like, no, that wouldn't work. 1C, 1C, 7A, 7A, yeah, that's a bridge too far. I don't think I can get all of them. So, BD 55, BD, right, we already went over this. I'm not going to get it on that row. That doesn't work. I don't know why I'm struggling so much on this one, other than I'm foolish. Okay, you know what? Let's just YOLO it. Okay, so I got a 1C7 here. I could do a 7A BD. 7A BD, or I could try BD 55 BD. So how would I do that? There we go. Let me just finish my coffee and let's do some magic. Okay, so here's the Skyrim part. So this particular mission is Vic Vega. He's sort of hired to be a union buster in sort of the Pinkerton style. And we need to take him out. I could actually just do a system reset, but let's try and get clever. Are you familiar at all with this Cyberpunk setting, Ellen Ripley? Kendachi, New Spring Catalog. Kenshiri Adachi Armaments. Our mission at Kendachi, we are creators. We care about our customer satisfaction and their budget. By choosing our products, you can be confident no euro-dollar invested goes to waste. Kendachi, the choice is obvious. Well, I've read this actually before, but you know what? I like reading weeb stuff. Our products, Kendachi M55 Power Sword. For our blade buffs, our iconic power sword is back and better than ever. Dice your foes into tiny pieces without breaking a sweat using our latest micro-serrated crystal blade technology. With the highest quality materials crafted into a lethal yet elegant design, the power sword will look as good on your mantle as it does in your hand. Kendachi Mono 2 Classic. You can't improve upon perfection. This time-honored twin blade has been in continuous production since 2019. Lit by a custom color handle-embedded laser, the Mono 2 has never gone out of style. Block every blow and slice through any defense. We wouldn't keep making them if people weren't buying them. Order yours today. The Kendachi Mono Wire. A weapon as discreet as it is deadly, made for those who desire power but have no urge to flaunt it. This molecule-thin blade is manufactured by our teams of expert engineers in our state-of-the-art orbital facility. The mono wire can bear loads of up to 3,000 pounds and slices through armor weaves like butter-flavored scop spread. Rumor is, many officials at the Zurich convention wanted this weapon banned and off the market. Now, if that's not high praise, we don't know what is. You are a little and familiar with the game in general, so hopefully that helps. Yeah, no, it was mostly just, there's a chance for me to explain like the different factions and, you know, who Rogue is. So one of the things that is actually quite cool, so I don't know too much about it, but I do have a couple of the source books. And there is some of the sequences I have enjoyed the most are where you actually get to play as Johnny Silverhand, and you get to see some major events in the sequence. So there's this moment where Night City is blown up. Well, a large part of it, like an Arasaka headquarters, is blown up with a nuclear bomb, which is set by Johnny, and you get to live that, and you get to have, you know, you get to interact with Rogue. You get to see, basically, you get to see a number of figures who are quite important in the setting, and either you get to play as them or you actually get to see this sort of stuff brought to life. So, for instance, Johnny's girlfriend, Input, Alt Cunningham, the hacker. So, as far as I can tell, when Johnny goes in to get her, she's actually hooked into cyberspace at the time. Johnny mistakes her for dead, and through his actions actually winds up trapping her in cyberspace. Now, you don't see that in that sequence, and so I sort of wonder, like, having read the sort of short story where that happens, there is that side of me that wonders if the other shoe is going to drop and you actually find out what happens to Alt or not. Because there's two equally interesting paths that the game can go with that, which is, number one, it is purely it's purely left for the fans to know what really happened in that moment, and that's completely fine because Johnny's, you know, already angry. I actually don't think you see, at least in this playthrough, I haven't I don't believe I've seen Alt in that moment, so it actually could be a different mission that I'm thinking of. But yeah, in any case, like, let's assume that plays through, right? You can have this scene, Johnny gets angry, you know, and that's fine. You completely understand his rage, and it does seem to be that you can kind of go down a few different paths in terms of your relationship with Johnny, who's basically inside of your head. And that's interesting because it means that the people who are into the role-playing setting have a little something that they know, and it's this nice little double meaning for you know, the two types of players. The one who've only played the video game understand one set of things and will only ever see that moment through Johnny's eyes, whereas the players who are familiar with the setting, who are probably going to be in the minority, are able to have this other read of the situation and kind of see it for this great tragedy that it is. But then the alternative is that you can make that, like, you can inform the player of it, whether you inform it through like a story, or maybe or like a note that's in the game, like a document you pick up, or a cutscene, or maybe, you know, this would be an interesting one if, like, you just, you know, the other shoe drops later on in the game, right? You live Johnny's grief, but then you realize after the fact what really happened, because of course that all happened in Arasaka territory, and we are allied with a few figures from Arasaka. So again, this is kind of the fun of what you can do with this sort of stuff. So anyways, protection payments. Marcos paid, Robert removed, Nadia paid, Imelda stalling 1 week, Philippe stalling 1 week, Arnold paid, Priya stalling 4 weeks, Jeremy removed. Priya Raj, Vic Vega C-Team, got a job for you. It's about Priya Raj. She runs a garage up in Rancho. This is the 4th week she's stalled on a payment. Someone needs to teach her place, and that place should be a hospital. Burn the garage. It also seems that Milito didn't learn from his mistakes, so let's teach them another lesson. Help, Vic Vega to Wendy Chu. Hey, we had to take out one of the guys. He was refusing to work, making trouble, and firing up the others. Make sure the NCPD doesn't stick their snouts into this. Body's already gone. Other than that, everything's going according to plan. Unions are laying low. Yeah, I mean, it is, in any game, you're gonna probably notice the themes. Like, maybe Until Dawn and stuff like that might do it a little bit better. I feel like that's one where people say that it's really hard to sort of tell where the stories go. The thing is that I actually don't think it's bad when games sort of put you on certain paths. So like I was quite satisfied with Mass Effect, and I was perfectly happy with the way that the game ended for me. Because to a certain extent, I think if there's too much customization in an ending, it makes me feel like the developers have spent a whole lot of time making a game that I won't play, right? I'm not going to play Mass Effect 25 times in a row to get all of the endings. I was actually kind of mad that the Game Observer expected me to play it all the way through to see the other ending, which actually was a much better ending than the one that I got. But I realize that that is not a popular opinion. Like I know there's the Twitter version of unpopular opinion, and like really when people write unpopular opinion on social media, they usually are saying one of two things. Either they're crapping on something that everybody enjoys, and that's just not interesting. And the other one is actually a perfectly normal opinion that, you know, they're just like trying to dress it up as some kind of act of bravery that it really isn't. Both are equally annoying. But yeah, no, I realize it is an unpopular opinion because I know there was a big fuss about Mass Effect, but I did get to play Mass Effect 3 for the first time a couple of years ago, and I actually really enjoyed it. Unpopular opinion, but I'm totally not cool with racism. Exactly, right? Saying that during the civil rights movement is a meaningful thing. You know, being one of the people who comes down to a group that is protesting and is in genuine risk of being hurt, that really means something. You know, unpopular opinion, I like apple pie, is not. Or that only becomes an unpopular opinion in an extremely polarized environment that, you know, where, you know, things that shouldn't be controversial are deeply controversial, right? You like pie, that must mean you vote for the Democrats. You know, that sort of stuff. All right, Jamil Al-Bari. A mutual friend mentioned that you guys know how to deal with workers. I've heard whispers that my factory's gearing up to strike. Firstly, I don't want that to happen, and secondly, I want the ringleaders taken care of once and for all. How much would that cost? Best, Jamil. So one drawback about me doing the stealthy approach is obviously there's stuff that I could probably pick up here. But we are going to move on. Services offered: property protection and intelligence gathering, union infiltration prevention, company vehicle inspection, workforce surveillance, strike breaking, protest suppression. But yeah, there's also just little details too, right? Like in terms of having a character like this, knowing what he's doing, right? Again, the sort of thing that you would expect the Pinkertons to do. There's no way I can... Is there really no way I can shove him out the door? Heavier than you look. You know, like this is just from his office, he's a fundamentally unlikable guy because you see him living in such luxury. When, you know, he's murdering union or, you know, labor organizers. But yeah, in any case, so the story stuff is a popular opinion just because, like, we live in a time.
Vega's taken a little nap in the trunk. No sieves hit. Yep. Knew you were the right one for the job. Very soon Vega will learn his actions bear consequences. I'll teach him that personally. Pro bono. Nice work, V. All Night City thanks you. Get closed and sealed.
Guess the self-driving is a little work. Yeah, I don't know. Little details are like that are fun. One of the things I actually kind of like about the idea of that organization too is it's sometimes funny how history kind of winds up repeating itself in very unexpected ways. It's like I know there's the old saying, you know, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and that. But and this is by no means a new observation, but it's one that I said back when I was working in the bank too. The idea of front run. Okay, so just in case people are not familiar with this, the idea in the stock market of front running actually goes back to the old days when stock trading happened physically on a floor. You had to be there, and essentially it would be people who followed this, you know, influential individual, somebody who, you know, winds up making moves that sort of move the whole market, and quite literally running in front of them in order to act in advance and take advantage of their moves. Front running can also now refer to, like, this is definitely something a broker should not be doing, but like the idea that if you hire a broker and you're like, you know, I want to buy 1 million shares of Oracle, and the broker's like, oh man, Oracle's gonna have a big bump. So I think this is not something we can interact with, but I do want to see where this is going. He vanished from the material plane. But yeah, so like if a broker were to do that and be found, like that's a massive problem for them. But that would be another example of front running. It's essentially buying shares ahead of an influential move. Now, related but distinct from this is just simply the idea of physical proximity to the trades, allowing you to act on information faster. So, for instance, if you have an office above the trading floor, and you get news that, you know, this company is about to go bankrupt or something like that, I think insider trading is not knowledge of the company's office. So the first thing to remember is that, like, I have not worked in like accounting or corporate finance or anything like that, but I believe that is distinct. So this would be someone with private knowledge of the firm's operation, and like not private knowledge in the sense that they've done an analysis, but like you have been told something that is not yet public information about that company, and you're trading on that. So like a good example would be you're related to the chief financial officer. You, I don't know, lent a very large amount of money to a company that you were thinking of acquiring. It turns out that company was... Actually, no, here, like, let's not even invent some... Well, we'll invent something. We'll invent something simpler. So, like, you know, prior to the financial crisis, like, Enron was a good example of a company with a lot of financial shenanigans that were eventually discovered, and sort of it caused that company to collapse. Sorry, just need a second. Sorry. I've had something kind of just tickling the back of my throat for the longest time, and it's not dislodging. It's probably just a phantom, but it's making it hard to talk and concentrate. Just 1 second. Okay, I think I got it. But yeah, so like let's say let's say that you're related to chief financial officer at Enron. Means you're old. But no, you're related to a chief financial officer of Enron, and you're talking, and they say, yeah, this mark-to-market stuff is no good. Like, the company's basically worthless. And we're really worried that somebody's going to find out about this. Like, next quarter, it's going to be impossible to hide that we're not actually making any money. And you're like, oh, I'm going to go and sell all of my shares of Enron. That's a very smart financial move. It is also an illegal one, because you should be trading on knowledge. Like, you can't use private information to trade like that. The whole purpose of having a public company, and the reason why things are so strict in terms of reporting for public companies, is that you want properly functioning markets, and you want people to be able to make the best decisions they can with sort of widely available knowledge, and you definitely do not want to create an incentive for people to be hiding information or give privileged information to sort of favorable shareholders. So like if there's like an analyst who only gives good news about your stock, and you sort of give them a heads up when things are gonna fall apart, there's a lot of like just moral problems with that. But a very practical problem with that, from the purpose, like for the purposes of like you're a government trying to regulate a financial sector, like why would people who are not these privileged folks ever want to invest in the financial markets, right? You would create this huge barrier to properly functioning capital markets just by virtue of the fact that you've allowed this very select group who are acting in a way that does not actually result in the transmission of timely or useful information. Essentially what you're doing is you're creating a situation where the worst players are being rewarded, and ultimately there's less money that goes into the capital markets, which means that there's less business that can happen. So anyway, sorry, that was a bit of a digression, but one of the things, when there is public information, there are people who move faster. So like a really good example of this, I do actually have individual stocks. I do not recommend it. Every time I buy an individual stock, I tell myself, I was actually talking about this in Dendrian's channel, like I kind of privately say to myself, is like, you're not smart enough to be doing this, and you don't have enough time, and you don't, like, there's every reason not to do it. And I feel like an idiot, but every once in a while there are just things that seem to make too much sense and be such a no-brainer that like I follow through on it. And for the most part, like I've yet to be punished for these moves. So I'm sure when I do, I'll only have myself to blame, and then I can move on and and sort of cry at my lost wealth. But the fact of the matter is, like, so the reason I say that is not to say like, lol, look at me, Mr. Moneybags, with my like triple-digit investing account. Like it's just to say, like, I have a day job. I'm also streaming. Now, admittedly, markets aren't open when I'm streaming. But let's say I was streaming while the markets were open. Or, I'm often at work when financial markets are open. And let's say that news broke about one of the companies I'm either interested in buying or that I currently own. Obviously, shares of. I don't have enough money to fully own a publicly traded company. I'm not Warren Buffett. But it's very clear that I'm not going to be able to act on that. Unless, of course, like I suck at my job and I'm just not paying attention to what's going on at work, rather than, I'm spending the time, looking at the news rather than work. Now, I'm also not going to be making moves that are going to be affecting the market, right? I trade in deeply liquid markets, and effectively whatever I trade is going to be a rounding error for anybody who's looking at what's going on. So like that there's absolutely no consequence to me trading stuff other than probably there's some people who are divesting their worthless assets to an idiot like me who doesn't know any better. Strider Owens, good to see you. How you doing? And I'm sorry, I should just be asking how you're doing rather than you and Hop, but I'm letting you be the spokesman for Hop as well. Oh, is it Rogue again?
There's one thing I'll never get about the Corpo psyche. They got it all. Power, prestige, Scrooge levels of eddies, and they still act like complete gonks. Take my client, for instance. Some hotshot from Kang Tao went and got wasted in Arroyo. Then, well, Arroyo wasted him back. He's alive, but lost something valuable, whatever that means to these people. I need to find it before his overlords catch wind of it. Get to work. Details attached.
I am like 99% sure this is a very difficult one. I'm pretty sure this is not one that I can actually handle on my own. I'm sorry to do this, but I actually think I might have done this on my side. Well, had her 13th anniversary. I had no idea. Congratulations. That is definitely a milestone. Playing Fortnite? I don't know. I mean, I like having you in the chat. It's just, when you are on friendly terms with someone and you've not heard from them a while, it's always nice to kind of catch wind. But I'm delightful that you're delighted, not delightful. I'm delighted that you stopped by. And I'm there. It's been busy, and it's definitely been a very tricky couple of weeks. But I'm streaming to people who I like talking to. I'm taking a really long time to explain something I was starting with Ellen Ripley, but I think everybody's kind of used to that. And I definitely should not complain too loudly about my lot. And again, I normally like doing this stuff without sort of foreknowledge, but I'm like 99% sure there's a second phase of this that is unavoidable. Well, effectively unavoidable combat for me. And I don't mind doing it, but I definitely need to boost my character. Yep. I'm gonna skip this one for now. Hop's always popular? Nah. Well, I'm sure she is, but the funny thing actually is I've got a new coworker who has got rabbits, and it's impossible for me not to, not to now immediately have the association every time I see a photo of the rabbits. So it's actually kind of timely that you're here, just because it definitely made me think, I wonder how Hop's doing. So, but you are your own person. So, anyways, so I was talking about the idea of sort of front running, and the related concept of sort of having so like, again, if you're thinking about stocks being traded on a physical floor, and the idea of big financial moves essentially having to be the sort of thing that happens based on public information. So, you find out a company's like the biggest one would sort of be like you find out that a company's going bankrupt. Because it doesn't necessarily, actually, so far as I can tell, it doesn't necessarily mean that the shares stop trading. And it's actually true that a company can go bankrupt and it still be profitable to actually own the shares. Because what can sometimes happen is that people find out a company's going bankrupt. That obviously is going to cause the shares to plummet because you are an owner as opposed to a borrower. And essentially the borrowers get, or lender rather, the lenders get paid out first. That's why bonds have sort of lower returns, but more security. But I mean, then if there's no money, then there's no money. So like bondholders can also wind up in situations where they don't get paid out. But there can be situations where there's money left over after everybody gets paid out. So like a decent example of this would be the unthinkable, and like Apple announces some kind of bankruptcy. Well, like between its patents and like its code base and its brands and, you know, all of these other things, it'd be very, very hard to imagine that company being liquidated and there not being anything left over. But again, if you hear like, you know, such and such a company is going bankrupt, generally you are not going to be doing that due diligence. You're going to want to get rid of your shares at whatever price because any number is higher than zero. So a funny thing, I believe it was actually Enron itself. I believe it was actually a situation where people who bought the, or maybe it was WorldCom. I can't remember. It was one of the big scandal companies. But weirdly enough, it was actually profitable to buy shares in one of those companies because in the end, there was enough money left over after everything was settled to actually pay out the holders of equity. And of course, because it is such a notorious example of mismanagement, nobody wanted to have shares. And so in this case, you can buy them for next to nothing. And when you get next to nothing plus in terms of return, you've still made a profit. And of course, the people who take the time to study that and figure it out will learn it. So, but let's not worry about that. Let's worry about the news that such and such a company is going bankrupt. Generally unexpected. And this is going to cause significant moves. Now, if you live across the street and you can only trade in the physical place, it's going to take you a while to get there. And that's going to mean that there's a bunch of activity that will be affecting the share price that has occurred before you are able to make a move on it. In contrast, if you are located or your broker is located sort of on top of the stock exchange, you just run down the stairs and you operate on that information. And so, as you might imagine, the rents closer to the stock exchange were higher than the rents, you know, further away from it, because in the end, that distance matters. As at the very least, if you're somebody who has to trade based on information, and generally that is what is traded on. With the advent of, you know, various technologies being adopted in financial markets. Sorry, I should probably be driving while I talk about this. The importance of physical proximity fell. So all of a sudden, it's not so important to have an office just above the. It's not that important to have an office above the stock exchange because you know, in the end, it's all computers or call someone on the telephone or whatever. But we do now live in the age of high-frequency trading. You know, if you've ever heard of the quants, this is that sort of stuff. And there is a lot of money to be made, even if you don't know anything about financial markets, but you are a very good programmer. It is actually at a point where companies are trying to optimize their algorithms to the point where even shaving off a fraction of a second will have a meaningful effect in terms of its profitability, because it means it's able to take advantage of information faster. It's able to execute its trade before everybody else does. And one of the...
Knock, knock. Listen up. Got a corpo in dire need. Our boy, he got sick. Ended up in a wheelchair. Now he's reaching for his boss's fat wallet. Now that I can get down with. But what do you say? Not about to leave him hanging, are we? Deeds attached.
So Rainbow Flowers is definitely anticipating where this is going. So you're absolutely right. So there's a few things that you can do. So number one, having a good internet connection is important, right? So, you know, if you are on a dial-up connection, if you're running a quant fund and you're on dial-up internet, you probably made a big mistake. And then, you know, you can think of algorithms, right? If you are doing lots of reads and writes to a hard drive, there's improvements to be made, right? Ideally, you want to be, you want to be writing programs that operate as quickly as possible, and there is a difference between whether or not you're reading and writing to a hard drive or you're working within, the level 1 cache, which is probably some of the fastest work you can do, but obviously the smallest memory. And then, of course, again, part of that has a question in terms of internet speed. But in the end, like, these are all things that you can sort of imagine you can, like, there's a dollar value that you'll pay for that, right? Like top tier programmers are definitely going to be very expensive. You're competing with, top tier tech companies, you're competing with other financial firms, but there's a price, right? And there's a general expectation in terms of what people are going to be able to do. Internet connections, right? Again, there are people who will provide that technology for you. There are people who will provide you with it, and in the end there is a limit in terms of how quickly things can be transferred. So how else do you get speed? Well, if you are trading in London and your market is New York, you're not going to be as fast as somebody who is trading in North America, let's say on the East Coast, just to make it simple. But of course, again, the shorter the signal, all things being equal, everybody with the same internet connection, the shorter the distance, the faster it's going to behave. So what is the consequence of this? The real estate close to the stock exchange is actually more expensive now because all of the firms know this, and they are renting out space to try and make sure that they've got the fastest connection, because in the end, it's not some guy running down to the stock exchange, but it's definitely trying to shorten the distance. And again, like, obviously it may not be physical, like probably it's better to talk about this in terms of network proximity, but in the end, the proximity is still something that's actually driving rents, or at least it used to be. It's been a while since I've sort of taken a look at this stuff. So just remembering where this came from, right? So this is that mission where we had to take out Vic Vega. And I don't know if this is where Cyberpunk's going with it, but I do like this idea, right, of sort of the rhyming history where, once upon a time, one of the things that the Pinkertons were known for was not, going and getting magic cards, but rather it was for breaking up union movements. There's, a whole really sad history in terms of very violent action being taken against people who are trying to organize. And in the case of Cyberpunk, we go from this thing that we sort of assume is something back in in history, and in this case it takes a different form, but in the end it's sort of this very similar behavior. That's where I was going with that. But hopefully some of you got some interesting stories about finance too. All right, thievery, steal an automated Zetatech vehicle, motel on Wallison Street. Better get some tissues ready. This one's going to be a real tearjerker. Pedro Amar, a guy who thinks he's some kind of Nova netrunner because he coded a few algorithms for Zetatech. Well, now he wants to clep their ass. It's not what you think. See, he has some kind of health problems, and Zetatech doesn't want to chip in for his operation. Crazy, right? Corp that doesn't give a shit about its employee. I'm practically speechless. Well, now look at that. Tears are splashing onto my screen. This is a life and death situation, V. Pedro needs our help. He, and we, really need the eddies. Pedro wants to clep a Zetatech truck full of A-grade tech. Already got a buyer. Meet up with Pedro and figure out how you want to play this. If you help him, our readiness to help a poor soul in need will be handsomely rewarded. By the way, I actually finally installed Fortnite for the first time in years. And it was because apparently they've got like a new creator mode in it. I haven't played this. Would you recommend it before the new DLC drops in September? Actually, Ellen Ripley kind of approximated this question, or made it more said it rather than asked it. So one thing to remember, Strider, is I was given a copy of this game on release from GOG, and I feel like I need to say that before I make any kinds of recommendations, just because obviously getting a big game like this on release from the developer, or at least the storefront that's owned by the developer, or the parent company that owns the developer, is, that's kind of a big deal. But I'd say, like, if the idea of like Skyrim meets Grand Theft Auto 5 appeals to you, then this is a very good game, and I think you'd enjoy it a lot. If you don't really care for RPGs in sort of like the Skyrim or Fallout mode, the gun combat's a little bit more first-person shootery, but it's still very RPG-ish. I don't know if you were the one. I feel that I'm responsible for derailing things, Helen Ripley. So I'm delighted to have people who listen in here. I'm also really happy to. I always like telling people why Cyberpunk stories always have like Japanese companies buying up everything, and I may actually have a passage in a book which would be relevant to that. But I'll leave that as an open question that people can ask. But yeah, Strider. So like, if the idea of sort of like a Skyrim or Fallout style RPG set in this cyberpunk environment, and again, sort of a GTA-ish feeling, whether it's the missions or sort of going around with the vehicles and that, I actually think this is quite a good game, and I really don't like the fact that it's sort of become this byword for failure. Because even when the bugs were at their worst, I thought this was quite a good game and very enjoyable. And I've actually found the more I've played it, the more engaged I've gotten. But I will say that, like, I can remember a time when I didn't like Bethesda-style RPGs, and I probably wouldn't have liked this game, a couple of years ago. So with that in mind, if playing sort of a first-person RPG isn't your thing, I'm not entirely sure there's anything about the setting or the presentation that would necessarily like change your mind about it. So it does depend a bit in terms of what your tastes are, but I think the story is interesting. I've been told to do a lot of the side quests before going down the main quest, so that's how I've been sort of spending my time, and of course chatting with all of you. But yeah, I'd say, I would say this is quite a good game, and the only caveat that I would give would be if you do not care for first-person RPGs, I would say that is kind of the engine that is running the game. And so if that is not the kind of experience you like, I'm not entirely convinced that, the Cyberpunk setting or, Idris Elba or anything like that is gonna sort of dislodge you from that feeling about the genre. System Shock not getting derailed would be kind of a miracle. It's my shtick. Yeah, thank you.
Did El Capitan send you?
Yeah, I'm V.
One moment, please. Sorry. Be right with you.
Hell of a beast you got there.
What?
That Kendachi Micro 76, strapped with dedicated cooling.
Oh, yeah, plus an additional processor and modified system bus.
Nerd!
So you hijacked the motel's cams. Hell, probably the whole system, right?
Yes, Okay, I don't think you were followed. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Pedro.
I could also give it. So like we've been given a quest, right? We went by a place that was on our map. One of our fixers has sort of set us up with this, and based on my character's background and his various stats, I'm able to get certain dialogue options with someone. So
no one followed me. No one's watching you. Guaranteed.
How can you be sure?
If Zeta Tech suspected anything, you'd be long dead by now. My bet, you're not important enough to even be on their radar. El Cap tells me you're running a jump. Could use some help.
I'd like to, borrow a company truck.
You want to rob your employer?
Well, yes, but not so loud, please.
This is your first time, right? A jump like this. Perfect.
But I'm well prepared.
This is an act of war against a megacorp. You prepared to deal with the blowback? They won't let this go.
I know.
Okay then, what's your plan?
Right, the plan. Here's what I have so far. Our target is an automated Zetatech transport hauling AV thrusters. Its route changes daily via a randomizer.
So how do we track it?
I refactored the randomizer. I know how it'll work.
Sure, so you can predict its path. Then what?
I'll stop the truck first, then breach its system.
Where do I come in?
You'll be there waiting already. You'll hop in and follow my instructions to steal it.
What's on it?
Chinese icebreaker. Should punch a hole in Zetatech security. Can't hack their truck without it.
What do you need these glow holes for anyway?
They're not too big, easy to sell, and well worth hundreds of thousands. A drop in the bucket for the higher-ups, but for me, it'll change my life.
Where should I wait for the truck?
A place called Kenmore Cafe, up front. The truck should drive by around 5 p.m. every day for the next few days. I'll call once you're there.
Pedro, let me be real for a sec. You're clearly not the rebel type. Why do this?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Spit it out, Pedro. I don't like unknowns.
I have ALS.
What's that got to do with robbing a truck?
If I'm gonna get out of this body, I need the money.
Come again?
Mm-hmm. A full body conversion. I've been talking to a ripper out in Abakan, Siberia, Dr. Fedorov. He said he could do it. And for a lot cheaper than in Night City or Tokyo.
How are you even gonna get to the USSR? Zetatech's gonna juice their security at the airport.
I'm familiar with Zetatech's search protocols. They have blind spots in seaports. So I go first by boat to Vladivostok, then to Abakan by train.
You serious? That could take a couple of weeks, maybe even more.
I'm prepared.
How's it so much cheaper?
I read that it's become a pretty standard procedure over there. The area's heavy industry, harsh conditions. Normal human bodies don't last long.
What's the catch?
To even get on the waiting list, you have to submit a production obligation.
Meaning what?
A contract. Committing yourself to several years in local mines or factories.
Gotta say, this op doesn't exactly sound corp grade.
Well, I don't know, but they're never short on volunteers.
You actually signing that thing?
No, I'll pay up front.
And this Ripper, he just operates on foreigners. Cash under the table, in a party clinic.
Maybe his state pension isn't cutting it, I don't know.
How'd you even find this Dr. Fedorov? Some international database?
Well, yeah, how else?
You know those aren't the hardest eggs to crack, right? You sure this ain't a scam?
No, it's not, I'm sure.
How? How can you be sure?
Listen, I just need those thrusters, please. I need your help.
Okay, count me in. Be in touch soon.
Thanks. Remember, intersection just before Kenmore's Cafe. 5 sharp. Be there.
So one of the reasons I wanted to spend some time talking about that, number one, it's a nice little insight in terms of the cyberpunk world, which I think is neat. I've got 2 hours before the job starts, so plenty of time to do what I do best. But the other thing that's interesting about this is I'm playing a character who has basically been told he's dying because I'll call it a piece of malware, but effectively it's a personality is slowly overwriting his mind. So the idea of actually transferring a consciousness into another body is an interesting idea to this character, although presumably the solution that this guy's coming up with doesn't actually solve my problem, because in the end it's a fused personality, and in this case presumably if I move bodies I take Johnny with me. But again, this is one of these cases where, I say some of the side quests seem to kind of align in an interesting way with the main story, and some of them just sort of seem to be their own little thing. And I definitely like the ones that are talking about what the character's going through. And again, depending on how you play role-playing games, like it's totally fine to just sit down and see your character as an amalgamation of stats, which there's plenty of. I haven't spent my points, as you can see, but there might be a couple things for me to spend on. But yeah, to me, probably some of the more interesting things to do is to sort of I like having a character in mind. I don't like during a stream to sort of say, well, because I'm playing such and such a character, I do I made this particular choice. Like sometimes it really is just a question in terms of, you know, having a feeling. And I think that can often be enough in terms of so I'm just trying to decide on some things. Actually, you know what? I don't think I wanted that, but that's fine. We'll live with it. I do tend to use quick hacks, and I should use more. I've only got 6 left, so I don't think I have any use for these. Okay, now I can justify it. Ooh, I should have messed around with these first. Alright, that'll have to do. But yeah, so again, like if you like you can play an RPG as an amalgamation of stats for your character, and that's completely fine, right? Like people should play games the way that they want. But for me, I do kind of like having some kind of a nudge in terms of how my character thinks about things, or to kind of get some context in terms of what might be working. Because in the end, like, we like playing these games so that we can learn a little bit of the story. The DLC we were talking about, like, I'm really interested in the fact that it does seem to be dealing with the politics of the NUSA and presumably how it relates to Night City. And so that's immediately interesting to me. Like, generally, I do like... when I say I like political topics in games, I'm not that interested in, like... So weirdly enough, I'd actually probably prefer a game about, like, mining regulations in the Yukon more than I would like, you know, the right wing are terrible and greedy, or like the left wing are a bunch of bleeding heart. Like, that sort of stuff is completely uninteresting. But the mechanics of politics, you know, what it takes to, you know, to become an elected representative, and what you do when you're there, and sort of what happens behind the scenes, I think is actually a very ripe topic for games, and one that I think is largely untapped. It's especially interesting in the context of Cyberpunk, because again, you've got this tension. Like, there's a board game called New Angeles, which takes place in the Android setting, and like, you play Megacorps. And the neat thing about that one is that there's not necessarily just one winner. There's always one loser. But it is actually possible, and maybe even likely, to have more than one winner. And there's also an everyone loses scenario, where the corporations screw things up so much that the sort of free enterprise zone is taken away and the government steps in. Which is obviously a very interesting perspective and one that's appropriate for a Cyberpunk game. So, obviously, for me, that's a very interesting topic, especially because I think in the case of the NUSA, Militech and the government sort of seem to be very hard to disentangle. And so, again, I think there's a lot of really interesting storytelling opportunities there. But also particularly because Night City values its independence, and the NUSA has an intention of reuniting the United States. I think there's sort of a lot of really interesting conflict that's available in it, and so I'm much more interested in Phantom Liberty than I was when it was first announced. Like, again, Idris Elba is a good actor and all of that, but it's usually the content of the story that interests me, and a lot of the stuff that I saw inside of that trailer was interesting. So I'm obviously the sort of guy who does take the time to talk to characters like this because I want to know more about what's going on and what kind of decisions I think might be consistent with the sort of character that I have. Again, in the context of sometimes it just feels right as opposed to it being some like grand plan. Although Mass Effect, I did actually have a grand plan for my character, so. All right, the consciousness curse. Man dies the way he was born, soft, weak, and helpless. Death, the one certainty in this universe of chaos, can be both a tragic end and a release from suffering. It can come as an unexpected twist or as a beautiful crowning counterpart to a life well lived. The curse we face as humanity, the only living beings in constant awareness of death, is our inordinate focus on the fact. How much happier is the life of the gazelle that escapes from the cheetah's clutches, thinking that it evaded death once and for all, than the poor soul living out his days knowing each step than the poor soul living out his days knowing each step inches him closer to the void. Now, given that we stole the relic, which seems to be a device for immortality, that obviously has a certain level of significance that might be a bit different to somebody just coming fresh to the game. Chemicals, the invisible killer. We've long known that the AVs crisscrossing our skies are busy dumping harmful substances in the air, such as aluminum, carbon dioxide, sulfur trioxide, and sulfuric acid. Studies have also revealed the presence of dead red blood cells in E. coli, as well as sodium chloride, table salt. Now, you don't need a degree in science to know that the harm these substances can wreak on the body. We found that sulfur compounds can lead to cancer, heart disease, and other illnesses arising from a weakened or even damaged immune system. They can also lead to spontaneous dental hydroplosion and acute meningitis. Messages. Full body conversion. Pedro Amir, Dr. Boris Borisovich Fedorov. Let's read this in order. From Dr. Fedorov to Pedro Amir. Yes. Oh. All right. Maybe we do read this from top to bottom. Sent the Eddies or whatever it is you use over there. Yes, first installment. I receive it. What do you mean first? We settled on a fixed price. That was my entire savings down the drain. It seems we have a misunderstanding. I apologize, but the funds you sent not enough for full body conversion. You must send more. Do not think just because we are a socialist country we do such procedures for free. Please, I'm really sick. I have ALS. How am I supposed to get the money? I'm sure you will find a way. Or find a way. Sorry. I know in the case of Slavic languages they don't have like articles. So if you ever want to do like a Russian accent, just drop the articles and you're halfway there. Will you be waiting for me in Abakan, like for real? Yes, in Abakan. Do not question my integrity. Electricity bill. Dear Mr. Amir, we would like to inform you that due to your excessive electricity usage, the room rental fee for the last 3 days is hereby increased in accordance with Los Palapas Motel rules and regulations. Please settle your outstanding payment by 11 a.m. today. Thank you for the information. I am sending you the overdue fees plus an advance payment for another week at the motel. I will say this game is a rather good showcase for ray trace reflections, so you get to see the environment and the reflections of my vehicle. I have an okay computer now, but my graphics card is a bit older than what you can get, so this is definitely not like a showcase for all the capabilities of the game, but I don't think it's an unfair representation either. Yeah, so here's definitely the more GTA-ish elements. Oh wow, this was not far away at all. We've got an hour to kill.
I know.
Okay. Eyes on that intersection. Go! To the truck now!
Oh, passenger seat. I'm an idiot. This ain't exactly heat.
Slot the splinter to the right of the wheel.
Done.
God damn it.
Talk to me, Pedro.
One sec. One sec. Got it. I have control. I'll drive.
So I just kick back, soak in the view?
Eyes open. Cocksuckers could show up any minute.
Speaking of.
Mierda, mierda!
Easy, Pedro.
I really wish I was using a different gun here. Switch my gun, unfortunately. I do wish I could duck back into the...
Right. No need to thank me.
That's amazing. Nice work.
I do wish I could duck back into the vehicle so I could avoid the damage, but...
The runner's on me!
You handle it?
Take the wheel.
Got it.
Jesus, take the wheel.
You all right there?
Yeah. Yeah. Close call. Keep going. Till the end.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is kind of the more GTA-ish kind of element, but...
Everything okay? It worked! We did it! Holy shit!
Safe travels.
1,000 times thanks.
The longer we chit-chat, the easier it is for Zeta Tech to track us. Again.
Of course. Over and out.
Yeah, see ya.
Beautifully done, V. Don't know about Pedro, but I consider you my hero already. See, V? Play your cards right, you'll always walk away with full pockets. Closing the gig.
I'm not quite sure what's causing this flickering, by the way. I don't think that's intentional on the game's part, but I'm just going to take a quick second here, see if I've looted any upgrades. Doesn't look like I have. Nope. I am going to have a snack, though. Chocolate bar after a good day's work. So you can get improved stats from Hey amigo, it's been nice. We nailed some gigs, cracked some jokes, but we don't want things to get stale, eh? As soon as you get too cozy, the world blows right by. Got some side shit on my own that I want to focus on. All this being a fixer, pushing contracts, I'm done with it. At least in a sense. But hey, don't cry. Sent you something to wipe away those tears. It's waiting for you in your toy stash. See you around, V. So, let's go find our goodies. Now, I would probably be done around here, around this time, but you've all been so nice to hang out with. I'm okay for going a little later if people would like to see some more Cyberpunk. And if there's something in particular that you'd like to see, just let me know, and I will do my best to accommodate. The one thing I can't deliver on would be effective driving, though. Sorry to skip the NCPD job, but I want to see what I've got from El Capitan, because that seems to be the end of that quest line, so we can figure out the next... Damn it! We can figure out the next part of the world to check out. You can change the radio stations, incidentally, but I usually just go for whatever's in the default. Jesus. Sounds like I'm getting a new card anyways. So don't know much of game. Is there any flashy abilities you enjoy? Good question. I do like using quick hacks in combat, but I also try to take a stealth approach to most missions, so I don't get to use them as often. I'll see if I get a chance to show them off. I will say I do rather like... So this is actually one thing that I feel this game does better than... I don't know if I can talk about comparable Cyberpunk games. I kind of feel that this thing sort of exists in its own category. But one thing that I do sometimes dislike about Cyberpunk games are that if you do... So like if you've got... hardware, like it's usually either something to make you some kind of like street samurai who, you know, just does really well in combat, but you have like no interaction with that sounds ominous, but like you just usually don't interact with cyberspace, or you are some kind of net runner, which generally means you're not actually very effective in combat, and so normally what you'll do is you'll spend your time... Okay, so it's sending me the other way. And so as a result, you know, you're physically often quite safe. I know there's like black ice and stuff like that, but for the most part, like you kind of have the option of disconnecting, and your specialization is in the net. And what I think Cyberpunk does quite well is that even if you are a very physical character, there's a lot of very good reasons to use your quick hacks to gain an edge in combat, particularly in you know, some of the higher difficulties. And so whether you decide to go you know, very heavy down the route of, you know, physical engagement, or whether you want to try and be a little bit stealthier, a little bit more net focused, there's generally a reason to be interacting with, you know, with the electronics in the area. And that could even be something simple like making a coffee pot act in a bit of a weird way, or disabling the security cameras, or, you know, using these different techniques to try and improve your stealth. And I think the ability to sort of... I think the way that they made it so that you have these... sorry, it says new. I'm just trying to figure out... Okay, yeah, so we'll dismantle these. It looks like I got some alcohol, and I've decided my character doesn't drink, so we're going to sell those off as well. But I'd say for me, that's probably the... I'd say that's probably the big appeal in terms of flashy events. But it's better for me to show that, so... Okay, this is better. Oh, I thought we had some booze. Am I just wasting time? way too many sights, but I'm not going to bother. Normally we get news.
Blue Moon, Red Menace, Purple Force. It's us, cracks! After making waves in Tokyo, Sydney, and Paris, their next stop is on your doorstep.
The other one in terms of flashy abilities that I'll say, some of my favorite sequences in this game so far have been the ones where you play Johnny Silverhand, who's, again, if you're not familiar with the setting, is definitely a very significant, I'd probably say legendary character in the setting. He's the one who Keanu Reeves plays, but you do actually get sequences where you get to play him. And I can't quite explain how it works, but you absolutely feel the gravity of the character. Like there's, like you know you are playing someone different when you're playing Johnny, and it feels very cool. It's probably some of the most engaged. It's the most engaged I've been with the game whenever I do those bits. So okay. Usually it marks the quest item. Am I going nuts? Okay, it was the Bloody Maria shotgun. I don't really use shotguns. I really thought that was going to be a car. Okay, each of the regions are sort of governed by a different fixer. So in this case, we've cleared out Watson, which was Regina Jones. We've cleared out Westbrook, which was Wakako. And we've just cleared out Santo Domingo. Now, it's worth mentioning, right, that we do have a couple of gigs here. These are the ones from Rogue, and definitely they seem to be quite challenging. We've got a couple of Cyber Psycho sightings in Pacifica. It also seems like there's another side job here, but there's also Haywood and the city center. And I kind of feel like maybe checking out Haywood would be a good way to start. I think we actually seem to have cleared out... Yeah, so Dakota Smith we've satisfied. I could actually just check it here. So yeah, Regina Jones, Wakako, Reyes, Dakota Smith. Doesn't seem like we have a fixer for Pacifica yet. So it'd be Sebastian Ibarra and Dino Dinovic. Kind of feel like the city center is probably one of the more difficult regions. I don't know. And then this is one of the main quests. So yeah, let's see what this side job offers.
Got another dry, sun-filled week coming your way, Night City. But soak in that sun.
I do know I lose a few frames in this region, so I apologize for the PowerPoint at times. There's a few kind of inexplicable points where the game sort of chugs along a bit. So like, there's this really memorable meeting with a character named Dexter Deshawn. It's actually one that was sort of shown off at the start. And it's got like a lot of cigar smoke, and he's got like a golden arm, so there's like lots of opportunities for the ray tracing to show off. And again, I think this game integrates it very beautifully. But I think because they're also trying to like render the, like for some reason, and because even though it's effectively a cutscene, I think they're actually trying to like keep track of the city around you rather than do what they normally do when you're like locked inside of a car. And you definitely feel it when you're in that environment. So, and my apartment complex I tend to notice is similar. So, I banged up my car. Let's change rides for a bit. I could go for my big fancy Vivato. Ooh, we also had my Delamain. Yeah, I'm gonna bring my Delamain because it seems to be developing a personality.
Don't let that blind goat on the road.
Yeah, so originally this taxi, which now has its own independent personality, actually, asked me to slow down a bit, and it's definitely changed some of its responses. So I'm gonna try and I don't want to like bang into stuff because it's sentient, but I do want to I want to see if I can make it act a certain way, or at least see its reactions to certain actions. I love the sights. So this is one of the things that I actually don't get as often because I'm kind of bad at the driving. I'd really like to be able to just take a minute and like appreciate this whole environment. It's really something to sort of see a setting like this realized. But obviously, and I mean again, like look at that. How many games do you get to see the whole city in the back? Like if I turned off ray tracing, you'd see the what it looks like normally. But like all of this beautiful detail is something that I sometimes neglect because I'm trying not to scratch the paint. Also, I found out the horn's Eve. I think one of the other things that's kind of fun about Night City is that, like as Canadian, I've lived in Vancouver, which is, you know, one of the bigger cities in BC, or possibly the biggest in BC actually. Not even possibly, it's the biggest city in BC. But like I haven't been to Toronto, and like the thing is that like a big Canadian city is still quite small by the standards of a lot of US cities. And so just being able to sort of experience something like this is kind of unique. Like when I went to London, obviously that was very, like seeing that from the sky was very unique.
Cocksucking suits.
Okay, let's try not to fight the police.
Fuck you looking at? Nothing to see here. Move along.
What's going on here?
This your first day in Night City? What's it fucking look like? Get out of here, pissant!
Leave him alone.
See this badge? That means I can do whatever the fuck I want.
All right, well, I guess I get to show you the combat options. Okay, I'm assuming I don't die, so let's... Oh, man, okay, that was... I am not built for combat, so... Yeah, this is why I'm specifically avoiding certain... This is why I'm avoiding certain regions. Now, in fairness, I did put this on not the hardest difficulty, but I did put it on hard. And part of that's because the tabletop role-playing game does actually have pretty lethal combat. And there's something there's something I like about that, right? Because again, if you're playing this kind of character, hey, Dendrian, Chicago, yes, for your work with In-Q-Tel. Welcome, Dendrian. For those of you not familiar with Dendrian, he is a broadcaster. I believe you were doing Against the Storm today. I'm sorry, I was quite slow to get started tonight, so I went on. You haven't seen any episodes of Succession since we last talked, have you? Because I actually wound up referencing the episode. If you haven't, I actually wound up referencing the episode that you're about to watch, and the person the person that tweet was attached to did not appreciate the comparison. But you will get the joke when you see the episode, and if you haven't seen the episode, no point. The party. Okay. So wait, you haven't seen Living Plus then? You don't know that Carl Mueller knows a thing or two about a thing or two? I could be one off in terms of... Yes, you do. Okay, cool. Okay. So, and I know some of you had to hear this. I'm sorry. I was actually kind of happy. I was reasonably pleased that I made this reference, as you can tell, because I won't shut up about it. But I'm actually really happy now that someone can actually get the reference. So I will just take a quick second here. So, Dendron, you may have heard of a little company called GameStop. What kind of a company would you say GameStop is, with your expertise in financial markets? I feel like you are the... you're as an Against the Storm player, I feel that you are particularly well suited to discuss the inner workings of GameStop. Sorry, I bet you weren't expecting there to be a homework assignment. Now or in general? Either or, but I was thinking more in general. I will quick save just to save us all a lot of...
Fuck you looking
it's a reseller.
at.
Okay.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Okay, so I know I'm going to be into some... Okay. So, big money in used goods. Okay, well, I'm here to tell you you are wrong. Because someone on Twitter, whose name I will not use because they did actually block me over this, and I feel it's like... People who complain about being blocked on Twitter are the worst. The reason I'm pointing this out is just... I feel like there is a line. I think this is completely okay to make fun of. I feel like pointing out who the person isn't, right? This is just something dumb being said on the internet. So in this case, we're anonymizing to protect the guilty. So, in any case, this tweet says, "Oh, in case you didn't know, at GameStop is a tech company, .. Hashtag power to the players." And then there is a photo which says description. GameStop is not, capital letters not, a brick and mortar store. GameStop is a tech company. Throughout history, it has always been gaming and arts that have driven the adoption of new technologies and inspired new communities by pushing the boundaries of imagination. GameStop has cemented itself as a pioneer by becoming the first household name to embrace blockchain technology and explore the realms of Web3 gaming, NFTs, and crypto. Web3 NFTs and crypto empower creators and gamers, allowing them to participate in the development of the metaverse where they can share and exchange their in-game assets. NFTs allow verifiable ownership of in-game assets, which opens doors to gamers to monetize the time they put into gaming and create markets for their in-game assets. How am I supposed to follow that? He just offered them eternal life. So yeah, like, I feel that this is a pretty mild critique, but what I did was I actually I was wondering if this is something. The reason why I paid attention to this tweet, first of all, it just showed up in my Twitter feed, which is that's just gonna happen under the new ownership. But I genuinely wondered where that description came from. Gaming's supposed to be fun. Why do we need to make everything a market? Yeah, well, I mean, that's definitely one of many issues I have with that, but yeah, the thing for me was just like I kind of wanted to know if that was from like their quarterly earnings or something like that, because that's completely unhinged if that was like a public statement from the company, but I couldn't actually figure where it was from. So I just did now again, I don't normally like doing this kind of retweet because there's already enough negativity online, but like if you feel like you're being clever, sometimes you want to retweet, right? But I retweeted, I have no idea where this text comes from, but I have my suspicions. At which point I took like a screenshot of the Living Plus presentation, because that's obviously what this is, right? Like this is an attempt to juice up the value of the company by relabeling it as a tech company when it is actually doing a very straightforward thing, right? It's a brick box that turns used games into money. And there's nothing wrong with that except for the fact that it screws the publishers. And it would have been nice if they could have bring them in and make it a more sustainable business. But that's another step. Obviously, I'm going to be a little bit more pro game developer than most. So I feel like as a critique, this is largely this is pretty mild. And given the fact that there are a lot of people who really like Kendall, I'm not even sure it counts as a critique in some circles. But anyways, like I said, it's annoying when people go on about being blocked. I frankly don't care that I got blocked, but it is why I'm being a little coy in terms of the details. But yeah, I noticed that the tweet had the like, this viewer protects, who looks at their accounts, and I was like, okay. Looked up the name, and sure enough, they did not appreciate the Succession reference. But I figured out of everybody, Dendrian would get it. So my apologies to those of you who had to hear that a second time.
What's going on here?
This your first day in Night City? What's it fucking look like? Get out of here, pissant!
Leave him alone.
See this badge? That means I can do whatever the fuck I want. Ugh.
Man, they are... They're good aims. All right. I probably could have anticipated the move, but... So one thing I can do is just straight up reset them. I'm going to try and find some cover. Ah, Jesus! Okay, I'm going to run for cover the second that I sass the police officer, and then we can... I'm really doing a bad job of trying to show off, like, the idea of using, I'm really doing a bad job of showing off using quick hacks in the middle of combat, but...
Fuck you looking at? Nothing to see here. Move along!
What's going on here?
This your first day in Night City? What's it fucking look like? Get out of here, pissant!
Leave him alone.
See this badge? That means I can do whatever the fuck I want.
So I'm going to take a second with that. It's going to take some time to take that guy out, but I can short circuit him.
Shotgun audit seal.
Oh, try your gun. God, I'm bad at this. Now we're just gonna naked gun it.
Help! God damn it!
Okay, so I'm getting how this charge works now.
Rise and shine, Corpo Swine.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you.
Shit. Well, if it wasn't for you, I'd be... Well, thank you. Were you sent by the company?
Wrong answer.
Then, hold on. What do you want from me?
So the nice thing is, this is why I keep so many points back. Should have enough to bring that to 9.
The truth. What do they want from you?
I have no idea. They said something about some slut and a virtue. But when I asked what I had to do with it, they started beating on me so hard, I thought I'd die. This city's really going down the drain. For the police to do this in plain sight for no reason.
All right, I don't think I have the points for that. What are we at? Oh man, do I just have enough? Yeah. I'm sure I'm gonna regret this, but...
Nice chatting with you. Now hand over the eddies.
Yeah. No, of course. You need a reward. Is this enough?
You know, it's not if you're asking. Don't make me finish with the badge you started.
Okay, here. That's everything I have on me.
Have a pleasant evening.
So apparently the cops don't have anything worth stealing. Now I do know there's some side quests with new cars. I should feel bad about taking that guy's money, but under journal. Yeah, I've got a fair amount of cash here, so I can get... I think I was originally saying I was going to buy like cheap to expensive, but I think I'm going to go... No, you know what? I don't know why I said I was going to do it the other way around, but I changed my mind. I'll try and get a couple more side quests done, but I'd like to catch up. But yeah, so actually, Dendrian, I didn't know that much. So I said even in their earnings report, they don't take into account negative issues with NFTs and blockchain network access. I mean, I've always taken it as something just to satisfy the meme stock crowd. And I guess the thing about that, I know I talked about this before, but like to me, I don't think the meme stock crowd is zero value. I think it does actually wind up being a reasonable amount of publicity, which might actually get people in the stores. But like the idea of focusing so much on this stuff says to me that they're not really focusing on the thing that actually makes the money. Which, you know, like, I guess the other thing, I know there's a bunch of like weird stuff. Actually, there's a guy who does some pretty good writing on this. I think he writes for Bloomberg, Matt Levine. And he did a pretty good article in terms of basically saying that, like, if a business is focusing on short sellers, right? So like, you know, poison pills and such, or like weird things. So like AMC, I guess, has always sort of done weird things like, you know, a popcorn dividend for shareholders or whatever. But obviously they're getting into the meme stock game too. But like this weird stuff to like try and troll the shorts, or like make life inconvenient for shorts, seems to kind of be counter to the best way to deal with short sellers, which is to like run a business that makes money. That strikes me as probably the most effective way to deal with short selling, seeing as it's ultimately affecting a share price, and share prices tend to go up when you are actually making money. I realize this is a very old-fashioned view, but on the other hand, like if you're running the sorts of stuff that we were talking about that would, you know, be on the Vancouver Stock Exchange when it existed, I suppose you care a lot about short sellers and you want to mess with them. But to me, that would be, you know, an executive very concerned about how short sellers are behaving. Probably that indicates that they're not, again, that they are not focused on running a profitable company, which immediately asks, you know, invites questions as to why I want to put my own money into it. It can be very difficult to make money. I have actually learned this firsthand, which I suppose is why I'm not that... Like, don't get me wrong, I think corporate compensation is a bit of a joke, but I actually don't think it's wrong that CEOs make a lot of money, because I know I would not be good at that job. But again, please do not take that as an endorsement of the current... you know, current practices. It's like this idea of like compensation committees having like childhood friends on the, you know, on it, like that this is nonsense. Like this is really something that should be stopped. But like again, I like whenever I get those like, hey, shareholder, it's time to vote on the following proposals. This is what the board thinks. Like, I just throw those in the garbage. Like, it is more costly to, it's more costly to me to even open the folder or the like letter and like even read what the proposals are. I'm not going to change anything with my shares. Which I realize is like the wrong way to think about it, but like, let's be honest here, right? I'm not a pension fund. The pension funds are the ones who need to worry about those. Weirdly enough though, I like reading annual reports. You know? Just drink a scotch, sit on the toilet, go through some annual reports. That sounds like a good weekend. I think this is chipping in. I actually really like Never Fade Away. They do a good recording of that on the soundtrack. Oh no, this isn't chipping in. It just sounds a bit like it. Good bike. Well, good bike or bad physics. Okay. I want money. And I'll try and be a little bit better at the use of quick hacks, although I would like to... I would still like to do this in a stealthy fashion. So one of the first things I can do here is the breach protocol to make everything cost less. So BD E9 1C. And then I'm gonna ping. So if they find a dead or unconscious body, that's gonna trigger an alert. Ugh. think I'm just gonna have to accept an inappropriate tag. Yeah, obviously tagging people up gives me a little information in terms of what's going on. Probably inconvenience this fellow. Oh. But yeah, if you want to go stealthy, it's important to dispose of the bodies. So I think I can probably get away with a system reset on him. This has a long cooldown. And it's mostly just because I think people are looking the wrong direction. So now we've got a couple people who are sort of in pairs. So what I want to do is, well, there's two options I have. I can wait for the reset to become available again. Basically, knock one down and then take care of their companion. As it is, I think should be able to. Yep.
Outra vez no.
That was close, but we got it. Mostly I just didn't want to have to go through waiting for the reset. There are limits to how many bodies you can store in this stuff, but it's a big dumpster. Oops, didn't mean to kill that guy, but... I slipped. I wanted to hit R instead of... Okay, so this is a good example of how I do the combo.
You little cop!
Now, I obviously don't need to hide them here because they're all unconscious, but I do believe the police have some ordinances against. Yeah, you know what? Seeing all this makes me maybe not feel so bad about about ending those lives. But yeah, you know, NCPD doesn't like litter, so. I feel like I accidentally switched out. Good God, yeah. Let's actually equip some real weapons. I'm just gonna strip my existing pistol. Okay. This is probably the best, but let's just double check that. So 251 minus 6. Generally, the muzzles, there's like a trade-off in terms of damage and silence. Oh. This actually improves things. Okay, normally I like having a submachine gun or an assault rifle. I think the... Yeah, submachine gun's the best I've got right now. I should have put this back in my stash. And no new clothes. But yeah, no, the ladies lady's gonna have some questions. All right, Frasco, got a problem? Yeah, fired us today. Whole crews. Chad said he'd hire some boys from another district. Better for his bottom line. We ain't happy about it. You gotta talk to the guy. Clear it up for him. Tell him how we do biz in Vista. Sure will. I like these sorts of chats. Don't worry about a thing. You'll be back at work tomorrow. Guaranteed. But then... Or maybe because of... Okay, apparently either this is bugged or it doesn't do anything for me. But yeah, I had lots of options in terms of distracting in this case here. So I could have distracted using the laptop. I could have distracted using the, just different elements of the environment. I could even use a ping off of it to kind of get the locations of some of the antagonists. It's kind of, again, it really is kind of up to you in terms of how you want to do it. And sometimes it's fun to just mow everyone down with a gun. Like, it's not, there's no shame in doing it. But again, because my character is so fragile, I tend not to want to do that because, well, you've seen how I fare in combat. And like I said, that's a choice. I don't like the idea of playing games on, like, harder difficulties to, like, show off how strong and mighty you are. Like, I figure, I don't know, I don't need to do that. I've got other stuff to show how strong and mighty I am. I'm almost certainly not going to be able to make this work. But like I said, the role-playing game definitely has a pretty unforgiving combat system, and I think that's a good thing. I actually like that. I like that it takes that approach, so I wanted to try and make it so that combat would have consequences, save for the fact that I obviously have the ability to reset, so I don't want to, like, I'm still going to reset for I'm going to reset it for, to get an ideal outcome for sure. Let's see what other adventures Night City has for us. So there's a difference between side quests and gigs, at least in terms of the map. I have no idea what the difference is. Oh, this is one thing I forgot to mention. I wish that this game took advantage of this a little bit more, but there is actually kind of a detective side to this. So you do wind up, one of the first jobs that you do, you're actually given a recording. So the person who hires you goes into the penthouse of a corporate plaza, and she's like wearing something to sort of record her experience of that, including all of the sensations. And what you need to do is sort of you get the intel for the job. So you find where the security is, you find where the item is being held, and that's done through what's known as a brain dance, sort of a virtual reality experience. And I think that's actually a really cool touch. There's a little bit of an effect in this here, sort of the same menu that I use to be able to do my hacking and things like that. You can get some details in terms of, one, who you're looking at, but also you can get some indications in terms of what's happened to them. So here, corpse, vital signs none, cause of death unknown, identity no records found, warning suspected murder, leave the area to avoid becoming an NCPD suspect. Of course, this is a quest, so there's going to be more to this story.
New fingerprints detected.
Fuck?
Increasing volume by 33%. New fingerprints detected.
What the hell are you?
User inquiry. Technical specifications. HJKE11 smart gun with built-in AI. Experimental model. Name. Skippy.
Skippy? Seriously?
Increasing volume by 66%. Name.
I'm not deaf!
Understood. Hearing within normal. Possible issue. Low IQ. Reducing speech rate by 33%. My name is Skippy.
No, it's just... never mind. Guy by the dumpster. That your owner?
Checking memory. Resources available. 100%. All files removed manually. Possible cause, theft. Original owner, no data. Suggested solution, none.
I got one. I'll take you.
Processing request. No objections found.
It looks like you're trying to rob a convenience store. Would you like me to...
Still got all your functions?
Running system diagnostics. Testing will take approximately 47 seconds. Bum, bum, be-dum, bum, bum.
What are you doing?
I'm making the wait more pleasant with a soothing melody. Bum, bum, be-dum, bum, bum, be-dum, bum. Test successfully completed. The program's Skippy version 0.01 alpha is running correctly.
Alright, so what can you do? Besides talk my ear off.
Primary feature, automated targeting. In case of critical threat to user, autonomous shooting capabilities. Please choose one of two operating modes. First mode, puppy-loving pacifist. I will aim at the enemy's lower extremities. Second mode, stone-cold killer. I will aim exclusively at the head.
Guess I'll go with puppy-loving pacifist.
Adjusting settings. Bum, bum, be-dum, bum, bum, be-dum, bum. Selected mode, puppy-loving pacifist. Enjoy permanently crippling your enemies.
I don't know if this gun is actually an improvement, though. Apparently it is. I will confess, I don't care that much for smart weapons in this game. But we'll give it a shot. So what I am curious here, when it says who knows what you might find, I'm actually curious what this is pointing to. Because I certainly don't have any directions. So let's take care of a gig. Could also use some new clothes.
Got a client who needs to get a certain shard. Problem is, the shard's in the skull of a courier who's currently stretched out on a crematorium slab. Details are attached.
Alright, for Sebastian Padre Ibarra. Gig type, search and recover. Objective, shard with a demon program. Location, La Catarina Crematorium. Intersection at Falarope and Plover Street. Details. I'd like you to commit a minor transgression against God and his people, disturbing the dead from their eternal rest. Deceased name is Jim Greer. He smuggled unstable shards by slotting them inside his head. Sounds dangerous. I'm glad I didn't do that. Sadly, during his last transit, things went sideways. The demon got out of its cage and barbecued his brain. Jim Greer ended up in La Catrina funeral home along with my client's shard. Go to La Catrina, find Greer's body, and get that shard before it's burnt to cinders. FYI, the crematorium's cozy with the Valentinos. That's where they get rid of their bodies. One wrong move, and you'll end up in there too.
Yes? Can I help you?
She actually looks a lot like one of my coworkers.
I'm a member of the Greer family. I'd like to see the body.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Access to the morgue is employee restricted.
How's it going? Hey, you got any special offers?
Depends. You want to cremate somebody?
or make a purchase for yourself.
Don't you think it's a little too soon for me?
Always better to be insured. If you pay now, you can get a 50% discount with our latest cremation salvation package.
Come on now, that's just too good to be true.
But it is true. The details are in our complimentary information booklet.
I'm gonna miss you, Daddy. I already do.
Alberto was an exception. Exceptional. In hard times.
Ahoy, sea dogs! Set sail for flavor with Capitan Caliente, world-famous tacos, now in whale town.
Again, we've read this stuff before, but because there's been a gap, it's kind of neat to catch up with some of the ideas. This sort of stuff I like quite a bit because there's a lot. There's definitely a lot that relates to some of the ideas present in the main story. So, your god, your Kiroshi. The Catholic Church has never taken an official stance on implants, but the significant presence of all matter of bodily modifications among the clergy would seem to suggest, just like in other branches of Christianity, that implants are completely acceptable in the eyes of the Church. The Mormon faith holds a different view. According to their tenets, no God-fearing Mormon can spot body-modifying implants, whether for aesthetic or functional purposes, the sole exception being life-supporting or other strictly health-related cyberware. When it comes to the Islamic faith, imams regularly speak out against cyberware, though actual possession of bodily modifications is not officially prohibited. Judaism does not have any provisions on implants, with the exception of Hasidic communities, where they are regulated individually by the community's Zadok? Sorry, I'm not familiar with the pronunciation.
$1 for an ocean of taste.
That's a toilet, all right. Chat, what would you rate this toilet? Out of all of the toilets you've seen in this game. Well, sorry, in gaming. Oh yeah, sorry, actually I wanted to just take a note here on Strider Owen's recommendation. It was Cyber Noir Detective. Uno momento. One I quite liked. It wasn't, it's not perfect, but it's, I felt it hit for the most part, and I thought was very good for the price. Cloudpunk. Definitely a bit more narrative focused, but I really enjoyed it, and I was quite excited to see that there was a trailer for Nivalis. That was in, I think it was the PC gaming show. I'm sorry, the Xbox and the PC one are sort of running together for me. Oh, sorry, Shadows of Doubt, not Cyber Noir Detective. I was wondering why I wasn't finding it. So yeah, if you like something a little bit more, story-driven, interesting, immersive sandbox stealth game. I will confess, I actually do rather like, detective stories. They're tricky. They're tricky to get right. But when they're done right, they're worth their weight in gold, in my opinion. Which I guess means they're worthless because they're video games. That is absolutely not how I meant to go with that. But yeah, good rating. Oh yeah, very voxely look. Yeah, so actually, I don't know if you've checked out Cloudpunk, Strider Owens, but it's very similar aesthetic. Again, it's the reason I wanted to say very story oriented is that it is very much of the feeling. So again, I'd make the GTA comparison, save for the fact that there's relatively little to do in the game. It is a little bit more about going around and experiencing things, which I think is interesting in its own. Because you're a courier, right? Like you're not you're not necessarily going to be like, I don't know, getting into fights or going on adventures or things like that. Well, actually, no, they've got a couple of adventures, I think would be fair to say. But like I don't think of like FedEx drivers as being the sort of people who like run around solving the world's problems, let's say. I'm gonna try and find another way in.
Leave me alone, yeah?
But yeah, no, Nivalis, I'm definitely after I played Cloudpunk, I was invested in Nivalis. Now, again, it depends on what the game actually is. Like I said, Cloudpunk didn't hit completely for me, but like this is true for everything. Like I think it's more interesting for a game to do something original and not be 100% my thing than it is for a game to be average but unobjectionable, let's say. I like it when games, or even Cultist Simulator, there are things like there's probably fewer things I don't get now, but like I definitely did not have a comprehensive understanding of Cultist Simulator when I first played it, but it was one that really engaged me, and I think is much more interesting for a game to sort of swing for the fences, and maybe me kind of need to meet it halfway, much like the wedding wine. Sorry, it's going to be Succession references from now on, now that I know Dendrian's a Succession watcher. But yeah, I don't know. Like I definitely feel like I would like it more if games allowed themselves to possibly fail, or to maybe push out into areas that it's not obvious an audience will follow them. And that's easy for me to say when I have absolutely no financial stake in the outcome. But I'd also argue that we have enough of a floor of really good games that, like if I want safety, I just go to my back catalog. What I'm usually looking for is something kind of interesting. And I mean, especially because there's so many opportunities for creation now, it's a little bit of a shame that people are maybe, I'm not trying to suggest this is like a widespread problem in terms of gaming, but like, sometimes I'll look at an indie and I'll be like, you could have told any story, and it kind of feels like you're playing to the gallery rather than, telling me something that really matters to you. And I always feel like that's such a shame, because that has definitely been a point where I've actually not bought a game as opposed to buying one. All right, the Cult of Santa Muerte. Who is this Lady of the Night? We don't fear death. What's to be afraid of? Santa Muerte is a good friend, our close companion. We know how to talk to her, and we know when there's no more room to negotiate. This is one of the first responses I heard while asking residents of Vista del Rey about Santa Muerte, sacred death. Her worship, officially condemned by the Roman Catholic Church but heavily influenced by its rites, is unusually popular among those of Mexican origin, and especially in Night City. Few realize that the cult finds its roots in ancient times. It's highly likely that Santa Muerte first arose as a fusion of the beliefs of the Aztecs, Mayans, and other indigenous residents of South America with those of the Catholic Church, first brought to the continent centuries ago by the Spanish conquistadors. Our Lady of Holy Death, also known as Lady of the Night, Señora del Noche, is a fascinating deity. Her wide-ranging devotees include prisoners, gangsters, and drug dealers, but also police officers, prostitutes, and those who work under the cloak of night. In other words, anybody whose life is in constant danger. Even at the turn of the 21st century, persecuted members of the LGBT community would also pray to her. Santa Muerte offers her protection to anyone who asks for it while leaving an appropriate offering on her altar: rum and tequila, fruit, cigarettes, candy, or flowers. Interestingly enough, it is believed that she does not distinguish between morally sound and morally questionable requests. Her worshippers pray for health and happiness, but also revenge or death of their enemies. Everyone, no matter the request, must remember one thing: every prayer offered carries a price. If you don't pay, Santa Muerte will take someone close to you, and she would have every right to do so. Santa Muerte is not just another chthonic? I think it's chthonic, goddess of the underworld. She is the saint of the rejected, the excommunicated, of those who feel somehow unfit to ask God directly to intervene. It should come as no surprise, then, that many Night City residents consider her their patron. What do we say to the god of death? Not today. Yeah, I would generally agree with you, Dendrian, except for the case of indies, because like indies have all their work ahead of themselves in terms of like getting out to the market and trying to convince people of their games. And it would seem to me that like differentiating yourself and getting like putting yourself out there is a better way to cut through. It's a little bit like, I don't know, it's like the like cheesesteak place that made the $100 cheesesteak. It's not so much that they want to sell the cheesesteak, although apparently it did sell very well. It's to kind of break through the fact that there are like 50 other steakhouses that want to convince you to spend money there. But I mean, again, like I don't make the games. I don't have any money invested in this stuff, so I can really only talk about how I relate to it. But like I guess I can understand a large publisher doing something like that. So, you know, I'm not asking for like FIFA to, you know, to suddenly become a first person shooter. Like, you know, I think there is a reason, like in the end, I kind of feel like an annual release of FIFA is the alternative to just releasing like a major expansion pack every year to update that game or something like that. You have to be found before you can truly worry about alienating an audience. I don't really know if that's true though, right? Because like I'm just thinking of Cultist Simulator, and like admittedly, Weather Factory did have its built-in audience in the sense of like fail better games. But like I also don't think like so Titan Sylvester obviously had worked for like 2K prior, but you know RimWorld was certainly a very like RimWorld is not exactly a safe choice in terms of a game, or you know like even a company like Red Barrels, which is coming out of the, you know, the big publisher space. So like Red Barrels is responsible for Outlast, and they're like ex-Ubisoft and EA people. And like there, I guess I'd been Amnesia before, but like I don't really know. Like Outlast is pretty intense in terms of the material it shows. The second one goes really hard. Almost to a point where I'm slightly uncomfortable with where they went, and I kind of wonder what the overall point was. But like, it could actually be that is the point. I'm very glad I played it. It's one of those ones where I'm sort of like, what circumstances would I show under it? So like in those cases, they're not exactly known quantities at that time. In the case of Red Barrels, actually, they use Canadian government money to make it. But the other thing too, right, is like those are a handful of exceptions, and admittedly they're ones that did very well. But I also don't have like all the other ones that went for uniqueness or potentially alienating choices and did not do well. Like obviously gaming is very hit driven, so maybe it is the case that you need to establish a name for yourself before you can alienate an audience. But I do kind of feel that differentiation is important. And again, like it's not to argue that quality doesn't matter. Like obviously when you do something original, it could be original because everybody else knows that it's a bad idea. Like I said earlier in the stream, it's kind of important. Like there's not necessarily a way that you can know, but obviously that subset of ideas to differentiate yourself, your success does kind of depend on the ability to identify the ones that haven't been done because it's an appropriate niche as opposed to just an obviously bad idea. But I don't know. Like I've never been good at selling myself, so I really should probably listen more than talk on this. Strider says, I enjoy it when indies go for broke and make something truly unique. Your personal game of the year was Signalis. That's also one I haven't played. And while it was aping older titles, its story dragged me in so much that I literally played it in one sitting. That's great. Yeah. No, I definitely like. So one thing that I'm definitely not looking for is like, there's definitely avant-garde stuff. If you want to play avant-garde stuff, a lot of it is on itch and a lot of it's for free. There's absolutely a place for very competent execution of well-established games. So like, Celeste, I don't know if Celeste did anything like super path breaking or if it was just a very good platformer, because I haven't played it yet, but I know like I've only heard good things about Celeste. If I think of like a Sunless Sea, I think FTL was a big influence on that. And I think, I don't know if Elite was, but I know Elite was an influence on Grand Theft Auto. Although obviously Grand Theft Auto doesn't really seem like Elite now. It's hard to look at any kind of space shooter and not see some kind of the fingerprints of like Wing Commander. And essentially every turn-based strategy game sort of lives in the shadow of Civilization. Although I think a really good example sort of in terms of the differentiation argument would be, Mohawk Games, instead of bringing on what you would consider to be conventions of the 4X genre, actually questioned every single one of the questions of the conventions of that genre and made probably one of the most exciting 4Xs that have been released in recent memory. So, although again, whether or not that one counts as, already having an established audience where you can alienate them is another question. Although that one, they definitely almost didn't get the game made because Starbreeze went under, or didn't go under, but they had to divest a bunch of resources. But yeah, no, it's I think in the end, like, these games are ultimately going to, like, you have to have some point where people will latch on, right? Like, Cultist Simulator is very difficult to articulate in terms of other games. Like, my comparison would be The Sims thematically, but in terms of like whether or not you'd enjoy, like, people who like The Sims are not necessarily going to enjoy Cultist Simulator. But I feel like moving cards around and the timers, cards I think are fairly universally understood, and the timers are definitely influenced by kind of idle games, right? Like clicker games and stuff like that. So in the end, you need to at least extend the, some kind of a branch for someone to kind of grab on. But I've definitely felt that going for something original, at least in terms of my own interests, is definitely something that I feel, when I think of the games that have succeeded in sort of cutting through for me, it's normally because I sort of look at it and I'm like, oh, how long has this been going on? And often it's because of unsafe choices. But I'm also far from a typical gamer, so that may, that probably doesn't count for much. All right. I didn't think about how to finish this off. So if I can get a 7A55E9. Yep. Some guy comes out of the elevator. What are you doing? I actually think it's probably not that smart for me to go down an elevator, because I don't know what's on the other side. So I feel like it's easy enough to make some noise there. I do not like this high whining sound. That usually means there's a camera. I can probably just reset him at this point, but... There it is. Okay. This is definitely not Jim Breyer. You get ninjutsu points for doing it, so. Morgue with no shirt, yeah. I wasn't even thinking about that. Definitely in Cyberpunk, as far as the like tabletop RPG is concerned, there is a considerable amount of space spent to the idea that Cyberpunk is all about attitude. You know, you don't walk into a room when you can stride. So, oddly enough, I actually feel like shirtless in a morgue is not a bad... Man! The back door was wide open. Alright, well... just give them their space. Yeah, shirtless in a morgue is actually probably one of the more on-brand, choices in terms of costume, uniform.
It's not hard to explode out of love. The cult hit musical and corporate wars back in theaters.
It's almost 3 a.m., so I'm trying to decide if I want to do another side quest or if now is a good time to call it. Because I do have a little bit of stuff I need to get through before turning in. I already tweeted about it, so it's not probably not worth spending too much time on, but for those of you who do not care for the bird site anymore, last year well, okay, it's actually worth spending... I am going to do an article on this at some point. And we'll hear what Padre has to say about the job.
You're an angel sent from heaven, Lee. The demon-possessed shard's on its way to the client, just like your money's on its way to you. Closing the contract.
Hey, I got a new level. So... Okay, so I got a pistol that's better than Skippy. But it has a little exclamation mark beside it, so I'm not sure... Yeah, I think I'm gonna go for a good old-fashioned pistol. Anyway. Yeah, about a year ago. I talked about this before, but I was sort of reflecting on the fact that I know I've been streaming later lately, but basically barring literal natural disasters or like my absolute inability to stream due to health problems. So like, you know, I'm sick, and it's not just that I'm like sick and feeling kind of crummy, but it's like I'm sick and I've lost my voice. It has been a while since I've missed a broadcast. It's definitely been years. I actually don't remember the last time that's happened. I do not know why everything's gone to a crawl. And again, I know I've talked about this before because I always feel a little apologetic when I talk about it. This is definitely not some kind of appeal to get people to watch more or something like that. I'm actually very grateful, especially when I'm playing like a big mainstream game like Cyberpunk, where there's obviously more people playing this game. You know, the fact that I have anybody watching me and chatting with me is already, you know, more than what I think a lot of streamers can ask for. But I actually also think it's kind of important to be honest in terms of the level of satisfaction you get from, for lack of a better term, creative activities. So, I wouldn't be streaming if I didn't want to, but I think it's also important to say that my feeling on streaming is not unalloyed joy. There are actually some times where I feel a little frustrated or I feel a little sad that, you know, the channel isn't larger than what it would be. And some of this is actually just a function of like, you know, I've done those Steam streams or something like that, and I know that I can kind of carry a much larger audience than I have. But on the other hand, there are reasons why my stuff is, you know, a little bit more narrowly focused. Or not narrowly focused, but narrowly appreciated. Like, I'm definitely an acquired taste. And I'm also not very good at self-promotion. But with that in mind, right, like the thing that I've been reflecting on is that this doesn't necessarily provoke universal joy. But I'll put a minimum of 9 hours a week into this thing. And I've very regularly followed through on it. And the point is not necessarily to talk about what the negatives of streaming is, although again, I think it's important to highlight that stuff because in the end you have sort of a finite lifespan and you do want to be somewhat accountable in terms of how you spend your time. Otherwise, that's how you like wind up waking up in like the bath and realizing you've been scrolling social media for 6 hours. But what I had reflected on is that the smallest audience that I have out of the stuff that I do is actually the blog. Like, my writing by far has the smallest audience. The only exception to that will be if somebody retweets it, which I'm obviously very grateful for, but I would never want to be reliant on other people promoting my stuff. And yet I have never felt bad in terms of the writing not being widely read. And that, like, in contrast to streaming, right? In streaming, you know, every once in a while, maybe on a bad day or something like that, I'll feel a little bit bad about the state of it. Then I'll get over it, and, you know, I'm totally like this. So that's why I don't want to dwell on that too much. But, and again, the other thing is that can actually kind of sound like you're, or I am taking an audience for granted, and I definitely don't want that to come across. But it does serve as a good contrast to writing, which, even though, again, by any measure, it is the least popular thing that I do, it is the thing that unquestionably I enjoy doing. And it was, I had realized, if I was honest with myself, that I actually spent less time writing, and I was less consistent in terms of writing than I was in terms of streaming. And there's reasons for that, right? You have an audience for streaming. If you don't show up regularly for streaming, then it's not reasonable to assume that they're going to keep showing up for you. Twitch relies on this. Twitch does a lot of gamification to make it very appealing to stream on a regular basis. But it's fair to say that, like, if I'm really sitting down and planning out my week, probably I want to be spending it quite regularly on things that bring me some degree of happiness or fulfillment or whatever you want to call it. And I should at the very least be reviewing the things that don't necessarily provide that. And again, this is not an announcement that I'm stopping streaming or something like that. So eventually I just kind of sat down and so I was like, okay, so am I serious about this writing thing or not? Because if I'm just one of these people who only writes when inspired, I'm not going to get better. And I feel like if I enjoy it so much, like basically, if I want to call myself a writer, I need to be writing more. Because it's easy to write when you're feeling like, God's gift to writing or something like that. But what really matters is being able to show that you can write when you are feeling like just a complete blank slate. So the requirement was minimum amount every single day, no matter what. That started on the 15th because I wanted to give myself a 1 month present of having consistently written. But it's turned out now that it's actually been a full year, no breaks, every single day, at least a minimum amount. There's no upper limit. There's definitely been days where I've spent hours writing, and those are usually days when I wind up posting an article, incidentally. But yeah, this is just my chance for a little bit of a victory lap. I'm just a little off the, a little bit off the 1 year mark. So I'll just wait for the storms of applause now. Thought it was worth sharing. There are a couple things I want to change about it. I have been dodging fiction as much as I possibly can. I would really like to write fiction. I used to really like writing satire, and I just feel like something spiked those guns, and I feel terrible about it. So that I want to get back to. I do feel I need to read more fiction before I write more fiction, but that also sounds like a good excuse for or a terrible excuse actually for not writing more. Obviously, most of my work is nonfiction. And I also feel that the minimum amount kind of became a standard where it was intended to be like, this is your escape if you screwed up and it's like 4:30 in the morning and you haven't written anything yet. I think I probably should boost that floor a little bit. The last thing I need to say, though, I've actually definitely learned that there is a benefit to breaks. And the biggest problem that I've had is I actually really like researching stuff. Properly, if I'm going to write about the games business, to actually take the time and read financial statements or to actually do the homework. And I don't necessarily think that's gotten in the way, but I definitely feel like I undervalue that in terms of the writing time. Because in the end, if I'm feeling like I'm kind of blank, it's probably because I haven't done the research. But anyways, there it is. Don't let your dreams be dreams. If you want to write, just write. All right, as they were walking along and talking together, suddenly a chariot of fire and horses of fire appeared. I have a theory that cars would please the Lord if he returned to our world. In particular, the tuned-up Chevalier Thrax 388 Jefferson I have for sale, a car so mighty and majestic it almost makes you want to bow down to it. A great car destined for a great person. The question is, my dear V, are you worthy of it? Do some soul-searching, check your balance, and get back to me. Thank you, Strider. Yeah, no, the whole point of it was to make it a habit. And I feel like I've done that. There've definitely been...
Hey, you! Sitting in the wrong spot.
This isn't a bar?
It is. But it's our bar. Get up. Let's take a walk.
Hey, leave him alone, cabrones. See?
Hey, back off. Ain't your biz here.
You heard what Pepe said. Take a fucking walk.
June, fuck off. Or I implant my blade in your ribs.
Just try, Donk. Come on. Let's see what you got.
Well, just got real fucking interesting.
All right, this is going to get interesting. How are they setting me on fire? I'm dead. That sucked. I really want to know where the fire came from. I was trying to heal myself. Oh God, what was I trying to say?
Hey, you. sitting in the wrong spot.
This isn't a bar?
It is. But it's our bar. Get up. Let's take a walk.
Hey, leave him alone, cabrones.
I'll focus on the.
Back off. Make your biz here.
I'll focus on the
Take
fight
a
for a
fucking
second.
walk.
June, fuck off. Or I implant my blade in your ribs.
Just try, Gunk. Come on. Let's see what you got.
Well, just got real fucking interesting.
Okay?
Do my putito now.
Get a little more stamina back.
I'm in a game. Leave me alone. What just happened?
Landed in a little trouble. Cleaned up.
So apparently he's got a flaming knee. And I can't heal if I've got it, so that one was considerably better, so I know I can win this, but
Take a fucking walk.
June, fuck off. Or I implant my blade in your ribs.
But yeah, basically
Just try, Gunk. Come on. Let's see what you got.
I've definitely started to learn the benefit of a break.
Go, motherfuckers, go!
These guys aren't even necessarily that tough, but if you get caught by the flaming knee, it's
Landed in a little trouble. Cleaned up.
God damn, sorry. I think I've had a little too much. Fuck, what a night. Why'd you help me?
Because you would have caught a beating. Or worse.
This fucking town, these people? Just here, minding my own business. If it weren't for you, I'd... Here, for your trouble. The rest, bartender got the rest.
Circling him like sharks on the scent of fresh corpo blood. Could have ended badly if you hadn't stepped in, me.
Yeah, well, not all heroes wear capes.
How about we drink to you, then? On the house.
Not this time. But thanks.
Don't drink on the clock, eh? I get it. Respect that.
Long day?
Could say that again. I'm on a double. No break.
Working overtime to make an extra buck?
Nah, just don't want to go home. 10 years married, you know? 10 years and suddenly I'm not good enough. No, she has to go get some side action. Anyhow, since you brought up money, you wouldn't be looking for a gig, would you be? Pay solid.
Run me through it.
It's about my wife, right? Name's Cynthia. She's cheating, damn sure of it. Only question is, who will? Could let it eat away at me. Or I could get someone like you. Ain't no more than an evening's work.
Why you want to know who she's with? What's the point?
What's the point? What kind of gunk question is that?
Simple one. Answer it.
I want to look him in the eyes. Ask him how it feels fucking some other guy's wife. Breaking up a happy marriage.
Sure she's cheating on you?
Let's start with the fact that she always stays late after work. I know she's lying. Called her office one night, she wasn't even there. Besides that, well, we got a kid together, right? Doesn't even look like me. Different hair, different eyes, all of it. Used to be easy to check these things. But with today's tech, there's a way around every test now.
Gonna have to keep tabs on your wife. Follow her around town. Where'd she be now?
She works nearby. I'll give you the address. Knowing her, she'll be on a smoke break. Smokes like a goddamn tire fire.
Like half this city.
Wait, today, she was wearing a pink jacket. And, she had a blue purse, I think.
Colorful.
Always like dressing up. Get a woman something nice for her birthday, anniversary. And what do you get in return?
Okay, fine. I'm in.
I think I'm gonna make this.
Hero, V. Means a lot to me.
I think I'm gonna make this the last one for tonight, but. Oh, actually, go during the day.
Bar's betrayal of beguiling woman sounds like something out of a pulpy noir thriller.
Oh, wait a
He
minute.
was used to listening to his customers' complaints, but now it was he who needed to get something off his chest. It was the same old story. An unfaithful wife in a city where everything was uncertain.
Are you about done? I'm trying to focus.
I am definitely doing this one, even if I have to wait. I've heard about this one. But I may need to wait for the evening. But yeah, this will be the last one for tonight. Sorry, but it's 3 a.m. I need to get my act together, up to and including my day's writing.
I arrived on the scene, looking for the woman in the pink jacket. The woman with a sordid past.
Stop right there.
Sorry, I just need to check something. Just got a message from someone I've known but haven't talked to in a while, so just want to make sure they're okay. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, all right. Have a wonderful evening, Strider. And again, my best to Hop. But you are more than a courier, so please take care. And thank you very much for hanging out, because I am actually very happy to see you in the channel. Smoking?
It was her, the lady in pink, breaker of hearts, framed by a halo of cigarettes.
Dreaming of the day the narrator put a fucking plug in it.
So unfortunately, C is crouch and also skip.
Got too close. Almost scared the dame off. Better be careful.
I know, I know.
But yeah, so what I heard is what's playing out, that Johnny won't shut up with the Chandler narration. Sorry. Too busy doing other things.
The woman looked around. Something weighed on her. Maybe it was my gaze.
Keep this up, I'm a fucking puke. Narrate that.
The woman passes a bum, gives him a wide berth, doesn't want her clothes dirty. Her conscience is already dirty enough.
Seriously, what did I ever do to you?
I like the fact that there's the sign that says cheating wife.
Got too close.
The dame disappeared
Again.
into the guts of
Something
a building
just
ready
drew
to
me to
collapse.
her, like
The
one
air hung
magnet
heavy
to
with
another.
smog and betrayal.
Ugh, maybe it's a good thing I'm dying.
Hey, careful! You'll tear my shirt!
Well.
Hey, you! What are you doing here?
Fuck, Cynthia. Told you to make sure nobody followed you.
Husband sent me. Suspected something.
What?
See, he was right.
No! It's not like that. I can explain.
Go on then, let's hear it.
Okay, for one thing, he's not my input. He's my ripper. A specialist in plastic surgery.
A specialist in this dump.
Look, I know, I had this little accident a few years ago. The victim, well, the patient's family still can't let it go. That's why I'm forced to work here.
Hold on a sec. What about your kid?
Here's the thing, I didn't used to look like this. I had a total body sculpt. Skin, hair, eyes, everything. Except, well, you can't fool your genes. That's why our son looks different than Pepe imagined. It's not because he's not the father, just that I don't look anything like the old me.
But why? Why do that?
And why do you think? Out of boredom? Because I was a rich, basic bitch? Everyone's got their own secret. Something they want to forget or leave behind them. I had a lot of them. And I can't share them with anyone. Not even my own husband. I know I should have told Pepe about all this, but there was never a good time. And now that I'm expecting again, it wasn't planned. Please, tell him that...
Yes?
I don't know what to tell him myself. That I'm really sorry. That life's an absurdist drama, okay? Just go.
Hit the nail on the head with that last point.
I think I might have mistaken the slang. I think I called Alt Cunningham Johnny's input, which definitely changes the relationship between the two. Hey, in case you're looking, I'm home. Couldn't focus on shit. Standing and wiping glasses like a fucking robot. If something comes up, call me.
Job's done. Followed your wife. Went into some rundown pad. Man was waiting for her inside.
I knew it. What else?
Knew it, huh? Didn't know a thing. Didn't cheat on you. At least, not in the way you think.
Huh? What way, then?
She was at a Ripper's getting a scan. Her skin, hair, eyes... It's all implanted. Every single last part of her.
So, my son... That's why he...
Exactly.
Jesus fucking Cristo. How could you keep this from me? Our own husband, 10 fucking years. It's not about the skin or whatever, it's that she lied. How the hell am I supposed to trust her now?
Okay, yes, Cynthia was hiding something from you. Yes, she lied, but the woman loves you, you gonk. You know how much that means in this fucking town? If I were you, I'd just live and let live, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you're right. Anyway, thanks. This is for you. For your troubles.
Good man, Pepe. Take care.
Silence fell like a wet blanket over the city, muffling its cries. Time to rest, I thought. Time to drink.
See? That's more like it. Finally making some sense.
All right, seeing as we have an assault in progress.
How about you come on out and let's talk?
I am screwed. I don't need to threaten myself like this. Nope, at an angle that worked. Ugh.
Nailed him!
Damn it. Orders. We want to send the good people Vista a message loud and clear. Tinos won't protect you. The Valentinos are weak. The Valentinos are nothing but trouble. So we go in, guns blazing. I want to see a firefight that'll be a top story for a whole goddamn week. We want them afraid of us. Want them begging for mercy. Give it all you got. So yeah, kind of a sloppy run there, but I should probably wrap up. So we'll grab some toys. Do a little hacking. Two BDs, a 7 AFF. Can't do that offhand. So BD 7A1C. And if I do BD. Okay, so if I try BD7A... Okay, actually, if I can make that one work, so if we do BD 7A1C. Okay. I feel like I just screwed it up. Yeah, I need 4. Damn it. Oh wait, hang on. Okay. I believe... Wait, there's a back room, right. That's a toilet. But still there's a gun there, so... I'm pretty sure this is a... bug. Yeah, I think this is a good place to end it. So in terms of what I would do for a future episode, I figure we're sort of already into Haywood, so probably clean up a few gigs around here. There's a couple Cyber Psycho sightings, so we might as well maybe follow up on those. So I figure just kind of like a little swoop in like so. I do need to find a ripper to up my physical, like my punch, because there's no way I'm gonna go against that animal without some kind of protection. But yeah, we can settle that another time. But thank you everybody for watching, particularly for an extended run of something which maybe isn't everyone's cup of tea. Let's take a quick look and see who is online. There's a few people, a few channels that might be worth it, but I want to just take a quick second and see what's going on. Actually, as an aside, so I realize, pointing this out after the fact, so I do kind of say how I didn't care for the fact that Cyberpunk was kind of treated as this byword for failure. Now, I'm just going to take a quick look here. If I take a look at Steam, so one thing to note is that it's currently 50% off on Steam, so that might be affecting things. But it's 44 in terms of the top played games on Steam, like period. So this is the people on Steam. So currently on Steam, 18,796 people are playing it. This is a single-player game. 23,040, that was the peak for today. To give some context to that, that's sitting beside City Skylines, 18,605, 24,612, so more people playing City Skylines overall in the day. And then Elden Ring had 20,000, currently has 20,069 and about 25,000 players today. And then that's sort of also near Sims 4. So, like, you know, obviously number one is huge. So number one's Counter-Strike Global Offensive. That's got like 1.2 million people playing it right now. Dota 2 is the next. And of course, these are ones that are exclusives to Steam, so it's maybe not surprising that they're doing that. And then like the well-known live service games like Dota 2, Apex Legends, PUBG Battlegrounds, and Grand Theft Auto 5 are like filling out the top 5. So, you know, like, to be fair, like, it's not, like, there are bigger games out there right now, but given that Phantom Liberty is coming out, given that, you know, there's no major reason for people to be playing Cyberpunk right now. There will be a reason coming out, but looking forward, there's not a ton. And the fact that there's still tens of thousands of people playing this game on a given day, at the very least, so, you know, you can look at the budget, you can take a look at the revenues, you can take a look at a lot of things. You know, for one reason or another, people really are attracted to this game. Now, I'm not going to say it's a game for everyone. You know, it's kind of up to people to decide whether or not it's their thing. But I think it would be fair to say that this is, you know, this is probably either creatively or financially not the game that we should be picking as sort of a byword for failure. So I do have a few options in terms of hosting tonight. I think what I'm going to do is I will host based on viewership. So we've got Revived Snow, who's doing Grand Theft Auto 5. There's actually a fair number of people watching them right now. So I am going to raid How Is It Manifested? Now, I suspect a number of you have seen this already. I should note that this is one of the rare channels that I will... this is one of the rare channels that has like a follower or sub only policy, and I'm actually like that I'm willing to sort of host, and it's this AI driven channel which is weird and surreal. I'll actually try and bring up one of the items that I put in. I don't believe the request would be open now, but it's weird, but like kind of fun to watch. So yeah, I want to at least give you a chance to take a look at it. But anyways, have a lovely evening. Enjoy How Is It Manifested. I will be back Monday for some Old World. Next week, I don't know if I'll do Age of Wonders 4 or Cyberpunk 2077, but either way, I hope for a chance to see you. I hope you all have a lovely weekend. Until next time, take care.